meeting to order, as I mentioned, and do a roll call of committee members. So Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And Councillor Clark is away with notice. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
And just want to flag that I do need the committee members that are online to keep your cameras on, because we are tight on quorum, because the mayor is also away on city business. And so if any of us in the River Valley room need to leave for, to get a coffee or something, we wouldn't have quorum. So we need to just keep everybody's cameras on, including Councillor Jans. Is your camera on? Yeah, okay, perfect. And I'll do the land acknowledgement now. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of the Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Oh, and sorry, I forgot to also just highlight the members of council that are not on committee but are also present today. So Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I'll just look online to see if there's anyone else. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
And Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Great. I love that we have so many other council members if we do need to deputize anybody for quorum purposes. So we got lots of options. I love that. And I will now read out the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. So before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, we will move to adoption of the agenda, and I will go to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I'll move the adoption of the agenda with the following changes: replacement report for 7.2 asset rationalization update, and a replacement attachment, also 7.2 asset rationalization update attachment 3.
Are there any questions on adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And now I will go to back to Councillor Salvador for approval of the minutes.
Thank you. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the February 23rd, 2026 Infrastructure Committee meeting.
Are there any errors or omissions that we'd like to highlight from the February 23rd Infrastructure Committee meeting minutes, our inaugural meeting? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I do not have any protocol today. Does anyone else on committee have protocol items? Not seeing any. Okay, we will move to select items for debate. So please, committee members, sign up if you would like to select items for debate. I know already, I'll just highlight that I do want to select the 7.2 and 7.1. Councillor Salvador?
7-3, please.
Perfect. And so the item not selected that we will now vote on, I'll move to vote on items not selected for debate, is item 7.4, closure of vehicle access. Any questions on that motion? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I will go back to Councillor Salvador for request to speak.
Thank you.
Chair Rutherford, would you like me to read back what committee has approved so far?
Sure, I feel like I read it, but you can read it again, just so people really know that we like to close vehicular access to private properties.
Thank you. So Infrastructure Committee has passed the recommendation in the following report without debate. Item 7.4, Bylaw 21447, closure of vehicular access to title parcels for various city locations, with a recommendation that for council approval for 3 readings.
Salvador for the request to speak.
Great. I'll move that Infrastructure Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on 7.1 for the Neighbourhood Renewal Program Policies Review. Ron Glenn from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association in person, Jeremy James from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association also in person, and Jason Martin from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association in person. For 7.2, for the Asset Rationalization Update, we have Michelle Frechette from Social Impact Innovation Hub in person, and Scott Girk from the Social Impact Innovation Hub in person as well.
Okay, let's please vote to hear from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And there are no requests for time specific on the agenda. Are there any council inquiries? I did not receive notice of any. Did you, clerk? Nope. Okay. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Request for rescheduled reports? None. Unfinished business? None. And so now we will move on to our public reports in the order on our agenda. And so I will invite the Delegation for Neighbourhood Renewal Policies Review to come forward. And whilst that is happening, I will just go through the, Madam Clerk, do I do this now before the presentation?
You're welcome to.
Yeah, I think I'll do that now. So I just want to go through the process at committee and for public speakers. So for each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation, and then members of the public approved to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The light will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute left, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask you questions, may ask questions of you or your panel members. For this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. And with that, I see that the delegation is settled, so please go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Wolf, Branch Manager of Building Great Neighborhoods, and presenting with me today is Nancy Domijan, Director of Neighborhoods Planning and Design. Here as well is Steve Schmidt, Director of Neighborhoods and Open Spaces Infrastructure Delivery, as well as virtual colleagues from across the organization to answer any questions that we may have. At the November 26, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting, the following motion was passed: that administration review the total policy program of the Neighborhood Renewal Program to determine if there are any policies that need to be removed or added in advance of the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations, and provide a report back to committee. As the conversation on that day focused on policy pileups and competing or conflicting policies that would influence the design of the Neighborhood Renewal Program, this was the lens that we took. Established in 2009, City Council approved a neighborhood renewal tax levy and the Neighborhood Renewal Reserve to create a dedicated funding source directed towards renewal of infrastructure in neighborhoods, designed to improve more than 300 Edmonton neighborhoods within a 30-year period due to the conditions of the infrastructure and the funding allocated to these assets. The program achieved fully funded status in 2019 after incremental annual tax increases starting in 2009. Excluding the alley renewal, it dedicates a fixed $159 million worth of funding per year, which was not indexed for growth or inflation. In 2016, there was a program audit completed, and as a result of the City Auditor's report recommendation, the Neighborhood Renewal Program Policy C595A was developed to ensure funding was constrained to the program for transparency of taxpayers. In 2017, the policy was updated to state that going forward, assets will be renewed to modern city design standards, where these enhanced costs are generally in the order of 5% and not to exceed 10% of the overall program budget expended in any given four-year cycle. In February 2020, an update to Council was provided on the Neighborhood Renewal Program's design practices. This report highlighted that the most cost-effective time to incorporate modern design standards is during neighborhood reconstruction projects, with a focus on complete streets, Vision Zero, and Winter City Strategy. The policy was also updated to ensure business improvement areas were prioritized for renewal. In November 2024, an overview of funding and operational impacts was brought to Council. This report re-emphasized cost efficiencies when implementing modern design standards in coordination with renewal projects, explaining how reducing the NRP budget places additional burden on the city's operating budget, and how reducing asphalt road area yields the largest life cycle operational and maintenance savings for the City of Edmonton. As an outcome from the report, Council asked administration to review the policies, and here we are today. More recently, in 2026, an audit was also conducted based upon more program processes and procedures, and it is noted that one of those three recommendations that came out of the audit has already been closed, with two remaining items anticipated to be closed in the near future. To provide some context around the size of the Neighborhood Renewal Program portfolio we are talking about today, it is responsible for the renewal of over 24% of the city's overall assets by replacement value. This includes 61% of all roads, 83% of all sidewalks, 100% of alleys, and 71% of streetlights. It is one of the largest asset portfolios. The current annual dedicated funding of the Neighborhood Renewal Program, with the exclusion of alley renewal, is approximately $159 million per year, and it is fixed and does not include for inflation or growth. Inflation has gradually reduced the buying power of the fixed funding allocated to the program. In addition, the number of new neighborhoods has grown up to approximately 370, with replacement values increasing from approximately $4 billion to $8 billion in 2009. I'll now turn it over to Nancy to talk about some of the program specifics.
Thank you, Nicole. When we refer to the Neighborhood Renewal Program, it's not just neighborhood-wide reconstruction projects. It's a long-term strategic approach to renewing and rebuilding roads, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and streetlights in mature neighborhoods and collector roadways to maximize their life cycle. The program is based on a life cycle model with a 50 to 60-year infrastructure lifespan. The life cycle approach is intended to maximize the life of infrastructure within a neighborhood. Combining reconstruction, rehabilitation, and preventative maintenance creates time and cost savings compared to a program based solely on full reconstruction. Neighborhood renewal includes three types of renewal projects that are completed on a neighborhood-wide basis. Microsurfacing is where a thin surface layer is applied to a roadway to extend the life of asphalt roads. This is typically done 10 years after renewal or reconstruction of the roadway. Pavement renewal for both full neighborhoods and more localized areas is where only the existing pavement surface is removed and new pavement is applied. This renewal is typically completed 20 to 25 years after neighborhoods are constructed. Full neighborhood reconstruction is where the existing roadways, curbs and gutters, and sidewalks are rebuilt, including both the road base and the asphalt surface. Reconstruction is typically done every 50 to 60 years. Since 2009, 148 neighborhoods have received some form of neighborhood renewal treatment as part of this program based upon asset life and condition. Traffic safety, accessibility, and active transportation have been present to some degree throughout the duration of the Neighborhood Renewal Program. However, over time, the key policies influencing design have been updated, resulting in different outcomes. As neighborhoods undergo the renewal process, the most recent versions of policies, standards, and guidelines are applied at the start of the planning and design phase. As neighborhood renewal projects take time to reach completion, they will not immediately reflect the most recent policy updates. The timeline for a full neighborhood reconstruction can range based upon the size of the neighborhood and its service levels and existing amenities. Planning and design, including public engagement and utility work, may take between 2 and 3 years. Once the design is finalized, construction follows and can range between 2 and 5 years depending on the size of the neighborhood. Thank you. As outlined in the Neighborhood Renewal Program policy, the Neighborhood Renewal Program provides for infrastructure enhancements to modern standards. These enhanced costs are generally in the order of 5% and will not exceed 10% of the overall program budget expended in any given 4-year capital cycle. This results in 90% or more of the funding being allocated to core renewal of the existing assets. Road safety enhancements are guided by the Complete Streets policy and associated design and construction standards, and mobility network enhancements are informed by policy C544, active transportation, the bike plan, and the bike plan implementation guide 21 to 26. This pie chart shows the reconstruction cost breakdown of the different elements, both renewal and enhancements, that are constructed as part of neighborhood renewal. This is an average breakdown of costs associated to each element. However, there's a range which is driven by the fact that every neighborhood is unique and has a range of existing infrastructure. For example, some neighborhoods may be well served in regards to having sidewalks on both sides of the road, whereas others may have many missing sidewalk links. As you can see, the vast majority of core renewal work completed as part of neighborhood renewal is replacing roads, sidewalks, curb and gutter, and street lights. This is roughly in the order of 90% of the total cost breakdown. The Complete Streets policy sets the broad direction for Edmonton's transportation network, while the standards serve as the primary implementation tool for the Neighborhood Renewal Program. The standards have been modernized by providing more robust guidance for the features expected in the design of walkable, accessible, and livable neighborhoods, and reflect our current policies and corporate strategic landscape. Building upon the policy, the update to the standards is rooted in several key elements that influence the design of streets in Edmonton. These include safety, inclusivity, and accessibility for all new and renewal construction, the short and long-term affordability and longevity of our transportation infrastructure, one of the city's most extensive assets and liabilities, shifting towards sustainable modes of transportation and providing Edmontonians with a range of travel choices, and embedding climate resilience into the way the city's transportation systems are designed and built. This update streamlined the policy review and application in neighborhood renewal projects, as they now provide more specific direction requiring less interpretation for designing local and collector roadways for users of all ages and modes, specifically for 30 to 40 km/h streets. The updated policy also reinforces the expectation that transportation projects, including neighborhood renewal projects, will follow the Complete Streets design and construction standards. As the Neighborhood Renewal Program is focused on renewing existing infrastructure versus building infrastructure in a greenfield environment, it should be noted that there are existing technical and utility constraints that limit design elements in each renewal project based upon existing conditions. It's also important to note that modern enhancements are only applied to select intersections and roads within a neighborhood. Not all roads have enhancements or see significant changes, as they may already meet current standards. Elements such as missing sidewalk links, standard width sidewalks, new shared pathways, traffic safety elements, and new bike infrastructure as identified in the bike plan are reviewed during the planning and design process for all neighborhood reconstruction projects. The majority of the time, these enhancements are included by using the space within the road right-of-way and repurposing asphalt road area. They're also focused primarily on collector roads, where neighborhood traffic volumes are higher than local roads leading into them. Active transportation and traffic safety enhancements typically complement one another. For example, a raised crossing provides better visibility of people crossing the street and also serves as a feature to slow down traffic when people drive over them. Again, these types of features are not appropriate for every intersection, nor are they installed at every intersection, but are placed at strategic locations throughout the neighborhood. Most roads within neighborhoods are appropriate widths and align with standards, and as such do not need to be brought to standard widths. Typically, the most frequent style of roads that are wider than today's standards are the suburban-style curvilinear collector roads and select local roads within neighborhoods. Wider than standard roads, which can promote higher traffic speeds, are reviewed for alignment with the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards. Back to Nicole for closing.
When the substantial growth in neighborhood infrastructure assets since 2009 is taken into consideration alongside with the rising construction costs and the lack of an inflationary factor for funding, no additional policies or scopes are recommended at this time to be added. The recent update to the Complete Streets Policy and associated design and construction standards has incorporated aspects of city plan, accessibility for people with disabilities, winter design guide, access design guide, safe mobility strategy, and energy transition and climate resilience strategy, and has streamlined our policy review and application in the neighborhood renewal projects. It's provided more detailed and direct implementation expectations to allow for greater consistency, and has removed the need to review and interpret a bunch of other policies associated to it. It also aligns with City Plan and the Council's priorities of road safety and mobility network expansion, which is why at this point in time we are not recommending to remove any policies either. This leaves the two key overarching policies as C595A, Neighborhood Renewal Program, as well as for design, the policy C573B, Complete Streets, and the associated design and construction standards. And with that, we will turn it over to speakers.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And now I will invite, I see they're all in person, so we'll just go one at a time, and then you come and stand over here by the mic. So we've got Ron Glenn first, and then Jeremy James, and then Jason Martin. Are you Mr. Glenn? Okay, turn on the mic there.
No, that's red.
Yep.
Oh, you can hear me, okay.
Okay, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
I'm Ron Glenn. I'm CEO of the Alberta Road Builders Heavy Construction Association, and with me is Jeremy James, and he's the chair of our Edmonton committee, because we're a provincial organization, and Jeremy's going to answer all the tricky questions you may have about the program. But I want to thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak about the Neighbourhood Renewal Program and give credit to the Edmonton City Council for the Neighbourhood Renewal Program. This is a program that we proudly tell our colleagues across the country in construction that Edmonton is a leader when it comes to this type of asset management program, and other governments, municipal, provincial, need to get on board and actually look at this program, because it's, as far as we know, it's one of a kind in the country. ARHCA is a nonprofit province-wide business association. We have 600 member companies providing civil construction services in Alberta. About half those members are contractors who perform the work, like Jeremy with CarMax, and the other half are associate members that provide materials, supplies, and services such as financial and legal. We have 45 municipalities that are members of the association, and 40 engineering consulting firms. And our members employ over 50,000 Albertans in construction and maintenance. So we're a provincial advocacy organization for the civil industry. We build roads, highways, bridges, water, sewer, Streetscapes, LRT, we build your bike lanes, paths, and building foundations for public sector clients. Those are what we call infrastructure owners. And we prepare industrial and commercial sites for structural building construction, shaped subdivisions, and also build pipelines. The RHA works with administration on effective project delivery improvements, and we lobby and advocate publicly for appropriate funding for transportation infrastructure. Our industry is highly competitive. Each bidder considers the blueprints and project constraints in tender documents, and the best clients get the best bids. And nothing is cookie cutter in civil construction. Every project is custom designed. The geotechnical conditions like soil structure and underground water required materials and sources of supply are all different for each project. And the contractor's role is to be the project manager, planning and assembling labor, equipment, and then resolving problems and adapting the work. This involves a lot of risk, financial and physical. It is a business and an industry that has some inherent risks to it. There are cost drivers, constraints that are put on by the owner, such as requests for nighttime work or utility coordination, working on a live use roadway like the neighborhoods, hours of work that we're allowed to operate in, and of course weather in a short season. Neighborhood work is very tricky, and it takes a lot of experience to get good at it. But Edmonton is a national leader in asset management systems, and the Neighborhood Renewal Program benefits both taxpayers and our industry. And the characteristics of that are that it is long-term planning and predictable pipeline of work, so that attracts investment. There's a dedicated funding model with transparency and accountability, and the choices are made based on engineering data and evidence. And because of the long-term certainty of the Neighborhood Renewal Program, contractors can invest in equipment and the workforce, and we can extend that certainty to our workers that their jobs will be back next season. The City of Edmonton is, I would say, the preferred client of the public sector infrastructure owners in Alberta, of the big three. And you can be assured that Edmontonians are getting the benefit of good value and good roads. And not to kick a horse when it's down, but the Bears Paw feeder main break in Calgary was the iconic example and was found to be that in the independent report that came out on the Bears Paw feeder main break, that long-term systematic avoidance of dealing with long-term infrastructure needs can and will eventually result in a failure. And it was very noticeable, of course, because it was a water main and had a large impact, but the same goes for all asset classes. So we would encourage Edmonton to extend the approach to other asset classes.
Thank you. And EPCOR would do our water main stuff, so that's not a council decision, but yes, I agree. Now we go on to Speaker Jeremy James. Is Jeremy James here?
Just answer questions, right?
Just here for the questions.
Just here for questions. Okay, and then Jason Martin?
Same.
Same. Is he here?
He was detained, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will go to committee members and members of council that have any questions for our speakers. So either just general questions for the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association, or questions specific to Mr. Glenn's presentation. I do have one question, so I'll just start. And I hear about the certainty and the ongoing benefits that has with having certainty. And I know that neighborhood renewal has been discussed many times at budget, and I would be naive to think it won't be discussed at budget again this upcoming 4-year budget. Maybe not so much depending on what comes out of today and the discussion today on scope, but on actual schedule. So what I mean by that is right now, neighborhood renewal is one of our only renewal sources that's 100% funded to ideal level. And we have a lot of other renewal pressures that we're facing as a city on other like road arterials, et cetera, et cetera. What would the construction industry say to the thought of, you know, reducing the speed by 25% at which we do neighborhood renewal to reallocate that annual funding to other renewal work?
Well, I think just from an asset management perspective, we would say that the approach shouldn't be to reduce one asset class to favor another. It all has to be replaced. And so that's just extending out, one class of infrastructure's curve.
Yeah, but we have a,
you're
we have,
not gaining anything in the long run.
but we have a bill, like a 3.4 billion, I believe it is, renewal deficit. So there's no way in one budget cycle we can do $3.4 billion worth of renewal. So, and we're seeing less and less funding from the province that is allowable for renewal work, right? So then we're having to make that up with things like the pay-as-you-go, or, you know, the programs like alley renewal and neighborhood renewal. So I hear in the ideal state, we would want all the renewal to be funded, and we're, you know, thanks to Councillor Salvador's work, we're, you know, initiated the creation of a dedicated renewal fund once we have our FSR back where it needs to be. But we have a lot of tough decisions to make for this 4-year budget, and no way can we make that funding gap up. But when we're seeing something funded at 100% and other things funded at 10%, is that a good balance too? Like, what would the construction industry say to that?
Well, ultimately, you know, we'll build what you put out in the
Okay.
marketplace.
But would it create uncertainty?
It would reduce, definitely would reduce certainty, because then, you know, you're looking at, well, where is it going to go day to day? I mean, the best program, and that's why we keep saying this, is that when you have a dedicated funding stream and long-term planning and long-term solution, you will get the best value. And so there will be a diminishment generally in the value that you get, because then companies do have to try and ascertain, well, what is the pipeline of work going to be if this is reduced? So, I mean, those are decisions, yes, council's going to have to make. But, you know, at some point, all the infrastructure does have to be repaired.
But if that was reallocated to something like arterial roadways, the same equipment that was purchased for renewal could be used for roadway renewal on arterials, for example. No?
Some, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
It would just be the efficiency that you may lose, right? With the neighborhood infrastructure and having 100% funding, we allow people and crews to become very sophisticated and efficient at the work that they do year in, year out. And that means that we can hire and have dedicated crews that come in and do the neighborhood program. It's not necessarily a straight transition from an arterial roadway where the size of the paving crew may vary in that. The consistency for the concrete operation, and Edmonton, they're masters of how we do the design and the sequencing. So I think you'll lose that and likely pay a premium cost in the long run when you do that. But.
Yeah, and then my last question is, you mentioned that Edmonton is sort of a model for other cities, and I wanted to just have you elaborate on that, because I think many Edmontonians don't necessarily feel the same way or understand how unique this is.
Sure. It's a very unique program, and Edmonton leads in a number of areas. I mean, the bridge program is also fully funded and needs to be, because that's absolute safety. And also with EPCOR, having the water utility in a separate entity that has full accountability, long-term planning, transparency, that's another I don't know if that's unique across Canada, but the neighborhood renewal program is definitely, as far as we know, it's one of a kind.
Perfect. Well, I'll stop there because I'm moderating my own time and other councillors might have questions. So I will go now to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here today. And I appreciate you being here from the ability to provide a bit of a province-wide perspective as well, just given your membership. And building off the questions that were just asked around Edmonton's leadership in asset management, I'm wondering if you can provide a bit of context just around what we're seeing in other municipalities across the province with some of the reductions to infrastructure funding province-wide. I imagine that that's a trend that's hitting municipalities across Alberta pretty hard. It sounds like we're faring slightly better given some of the protective factors and programs that we have in place, but just looking for that broader picture.
Well, the municipal grants have been reduced over the last 15 years, but there's also been a consolidation of those grants into the major projects in Edmonton and Calgary for LRT. So where we see the most dramatic reduction is in the rural municipalities, which have had their transportation grant funding reduced by close to 75%. I don't have the exact details with me, but could provide that. And we have a real challenge in this province with respect to bridges. In fact, we're sponsoring a bridge conference, the first bridge conference that's bringing together bridge engineers and contractors from across the province. It's being held in Edmonton tomorrow and Friday. But the province owns about 4,500 bridges, and I think rural municipalities have another something like 8,000 bridge structures, including culverts and everything like that. And we do not have a funding mechanism to repair those, and there's going to be a bit of a crisis. So again, having the fully funded bridge program here in Edmonton is the responsible thing to do. Fully funded neighborhood renewal is the right thing to do. I think the City of Winnipeg is even considering turning some neighborhood streets back to gravel because they just can't deal with the sudden increase. And that's what happens. If you put it off for a certain amount of time, it's just going to cost more because the degradation is now into full reconstruction. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. That's really helpful, and it helps me better understand Edmonton's position relative to what we're seeing in other municipalities. You did mention opportunities to extend the neighborhood renewal style approach to other asset classes. I'm thinking about, we have an alley renewal program. You mentioned the bridge program that we have. What do you see as sort of the next evolution of this approach? Or do you see that fitting in with our overall dedicated renewal fund that touches all asset classes, and then administration having the ability to really prioritize within that?
Well, from our, because we're the civil side of things, I think if my colleague from the Edmonton Construction Association would talk about structures and buildings, but we would say the next logical thing to do is to tackle the arterial road program, and that, yes, that will take many years to get back, but starting is the difficult part, and then as you can see with neighborhood renewal, I mean 25, 30 years later, it's really working well, and we would encourage the city to maintain it and to extend that to the next asset class, which would be arterials.
Great, thank you. I think you've already touched on this, but I just had a note here around the important framing of cost minimization and cost avoidance, right? I think when we're talking about renewal, it's often talked about as it's an investment in our communities or a reinvestment in our communities, but it's also savings for taxpayers. And I think being able to quantify that is something that our administration's done quite well. So just any additional commentary in my last 50 seconds here around that cost avoidance piece and savings for taxpayers?
Sure. Well, I think the presentation had that graph that just shows that, this is not rocket science. It's just chemistry and physics. The roads and the stuff that we build eventually deteriorates, and then it starts to deteriorate quicker towards the end of its lifespan. So if you're planning for that and you're investing along the way in proper maintenance and short-term rehabilitation, then you're going to get the maximum life cycle out of that asset.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for coming to speak today. Continuing in that vein, I just wanted to get your thoughts on this because the idea has been floated that maybe we sort of transfer dollars from one program to another. But from what you were saying, it sounds like there is a net present value to infrastructure. And then when you defer renewal, you are incurring future renewal costs that are greater than the amount you saved in deferral. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is your advice is continue with our neighborhood renewal program, understanding that past councils did not set aside dollars for the arterial renewals. And that's maybe something that this council will want to look at as far as the long-term savings and value for infrastructure that we realize over time.
That would be our advice, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure I got that clear. Okay, and you raised an interesting point about the constrained versus unconstrained infrastructure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah?
You're coming in clear, Councillor Paquette.
Okay. So the constrained versus unconstrained. So constrained, you mentioned the LRTs in both Calgary and Edmonton, and that is substantial. But the unconstrained probably affects us. You said maybe it affects rural more, but if we have all of that constrained tied up in one pool of infrastructure dollars that is really accommodating for the growth that we've seen in the past half decade, we still have all of the roads and sidewalks that currently exist that now do not receive provincial funding. And it's not a easy one-to-one to say, well, because they're funding LRT, shouldn't that free up dollars for you? Well, absolutely not, because we're also heavily invested in LRT. That has constrained our budget as well. So just thoughts on that.
Well, we would, I think industry would say, whatever choices are made, we just want to have knowledge as to what the plan is so that we can resource up or resource down. And so, the provincial highway system is not in great shape. It needs a lot of work as well. And all municipalities need some assistance. So it's that is a simple fact, and I think that came to light last year when all of a sudden Canadians realized that we haven't been investing in our infrastructure, and now we've got a crisis. That's right, but this has been a 25-year problem, and it's gotten very acute in the last 15. But all classes of assets need renewal and growth. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, I agree. So, there's been a much ballyhooed number of like about $1.5 billion infrastructure deficit, but that actually matches exactly with the amount that we've seen in reduction since 2019 in the previous unconstrained infrastructure funding that we've received from the province. So that's sort of where that number comes from. That was something that municipalities relied on as a stable formula, which is no longer stable. So what I'm hearing is maybe the advice that cities clearly communicate to the public, like, listen, we have to deal with our infrastructure. This is the money we used to get that we counted on. That's where this deficit is coming from. And this is how we have to tackle it. And that may not be an easy conversation, but it's a needed one. It's what I'm hearing.
I agree.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Some jurisdictions recognize the enormous infrastructure deficits have talked about, I've heard the expression kind of a road diet, the idea that they should be carefully reviewing and actually setting a target in terms of reduction in asphalt, going from say 100% to 95% to 90%. Has industry seen, because it's obviously not just the capital costs, it's the operating costs that we're carrying for decades. Has industry seen a jurisdiction that is doing a very good or has a excellent strategy for this right sizing of assets, that when we're going in to do the renewal, that we're making sure that we're not overbuilding, that we're not creating unintended consequences? Anyone can swing at that.
That's probably a question that our colleagues at the engineering consulting world would be better able to answer. I mean, we represent the builders and we build what you want as best we can. But it's worth noting that that transportation is not, it's not really a cost, because it enables all sorts of activities. And we say that 5 million Albertans access the world beyond their front door every day because of the work that we do, whether it's on a sidewalk to a street, or it's a road to get to work, or to get to medical services. I mean, transportation creates economic activity. So I'm not sure what we would mean by reduction of.
I think it's the idea of, like, if you have 10,000 kilometers of road and you have 5,000 kilometers worth of money, where do you put the 5,000 first? And at some point, do you maybe take some of the necessary overbuilt or underperforming, or even in Edmonton, there's some areas that were built for 8 lanes that maybe only 4 lanes are needed, and then thinking about that. But point well taken, and I'll say that for the engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. You talked about Edmonton being unique, and thank you for promoting how wonderful we are to others. But I'm just wondering, I think probably the main barrier is funding for other municipalities to take this on, but is it also sort of a knowledge or understanding gap in the infrastructure that's required to be renewed?
You mean compared to the other municipalities?
Yeah. Is that a reason why the other municipalities haven't sort of acknowledged the need for the renewal?
I think it was just a very, very enlightened decisions that were taken some years ago, that this requires a long-term approach, and other councils just across the country have not been able to bite the bullet and make a clear decision on that, I think. And now they're in a even worse position, because their deficits are growing quite large on all categories of assets. So,
not just the roadways, okay.
Yeah.
And then you talked about expanding to arterial roads, and I think that would be ideal. But I'm just wondering, with things like labor shortages or gaps also, would that be a concern at all if we were to expand any further? Do you have the labor in place?
Well, labor across construction is a challenge. Always has been, and it will be more so in the future. There are a number of major trends, such as demographic trends, that are making it more difficult. But the real difficulty for our companies is not being able to offer repeat work and consistency of work. So we lose people. And, yes, when the oil industry goes down, there are people that will work for us, but at the end of the day, they want certainty, and as anyone would.
Yeah.
And so having that, the 4-year capital program that you're going to be putting together here is, and same with Calgary, they do the same thing. That's a very important signal to industry, because it's funded. So we know what the pipeline is, and companies can gear up and they can prepare and resource plan for those things. That certainty is very important, particularly because of the workforce challenges that we have.
Okay, so to have more work out there on a consistent basis, like you said, looking forward, that would help to improve any concerns with labor shortages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, no, I just think I would, like, industry will answer if the model would extend to arterials, like, we're prepared to do so. To Ron's point, we can be more efficient and we can plan and continue to train and have good people if that stabilized funding is provided. It's more any roller coaster ride in terms of funding. It hurts us with our crews and people and having quality people. We're always, we have a lot of new Canadians and we like to train them up and we can provide them a good living. So anything with stability, I think we can help, and it's very well value in the dollars that you spend. Just to go back to Councillor Jans's comment, I mean, the city does a very good job of managing their asphalt design for roadways as well. You can see on each roadway design that the depth of asphalt will adjust to the condition of the roadway and what the asset needs. So I think that long-term funding really allows the planning side to make those decisions, right, and be as mindful as they can with their dollars spent for planning and implementation through construction.
Oops, okay, thank you very much. Actually, one last thing. Construction fatigue. Should we be concerned that we're having too much roadway construction?
Nobody likes to be inconvenienced. We understand that, and we have to work around those things, but the work's got to be done. No one likes to go to the dentist either, but it's got to be done.
Okay, good analogy, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, unfortunately, we live in a world where it's a 6-month cycle within Edmonton, right? So we do work long hours and we think about how we manage fatigue with people and how we have time off as well. But it's a challenging industry, but we're committed to the people and to delivering the infrastructure for Edmonton.
Okay, thank you.
That was a better answer.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I guess I'm curious about, I hear your message. We need certainty in this program. Great. Any thoughts on the policies brought up in this report? I guess I'm curious about your thoughts around the Complete Streets policy. And, you know, does it, yeah, I guess just want to hear some commentary.
I think maybe, you know, I think originally as the program came in, it was like for like replacement. As more elements are added into it, it does increase the complexity, but you know, we'll build to what you want. That's.
You don't have a preference for
it's
what you're
It's
building.
not our place, right? The designers build it, designers design it, and we build to the.
Okay, maybe let me ask this then. I hear you that we are unique in the province, in the country, in terms of having a neighborhood renewal program. Are we also unique in having something like a complete street standard that you've seen to this level?
I don't know. I couldn't really answer that.
I think the design is very well thought out, right? And it's constantly being remodeled by Edmonton in partnership. They'll ask our opinion, but it does allow you to understand the profiles of the roadway and what is expected, right? So we can be efficient in the equipment that we purchase and basically how we organize our crews and operations.
Okay. I like hearing you talk about the next iteration of predictable programs to be focused on arterial roads. I'm actually finding a huge passion for roads these days. But I actually don't hear that from industry a lot. I hear a lot from community members who live and work along key arterial roads. We have a failing inventory of roads because we haven't kept up. It hasn't been this predictable program we're talking about today. But I'm not hearing the industry voice on that, quite frankly. And as much as city can fund what we can fund, we can't do it alone. I have reached out to you in the past. I haven't heard back, and I will invite you to weigh in on those conversations as well and help us advocate to the province for a dedicated road program, because a lot of our arterial roads connect into provincial highways, right? And if one part doesn't work, the rest of it, the whole system doesn't work either. Any thoughts on that? That approach of joint advocacy?
Well, yes, of course, we'd be open to that. We do advocate publicly and through government relations to the province for increased, obviously, highway work, and we, kind of work through your representative organizations like the AMA or the Alberta Municipalities and the RMA, as that's sort of the natural place for us to advocate for, because then we're a provincial organization. We need to advocate for all municipalities. So we would work with your counterparts at AUMA or Alberta Municipalities.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I mean, I would love to see a dedicated provincial road program that also supports local communities, because it's about, I think, reinforcing the entire system. Anyways, that's good to hear. I sit on the board of Alberta Municipalities. I've brought up Road Builders Association, but I haven't quite heard as much of the joint efforts. So, and perhaps that's something I'm happy to dig into. But I think where we can, joint efforts will be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the conversation this morning. A couple quick questions just around, it was sort of mentioned our construction schedule and our short construction season. Just wondering, in terms of some of the policies dictating implementation, what are the allowable construction hours for neighborhood renewal right now? Is it an 8-hour window, a 10-hour window a day? What are the criteria?
If you don't know, we can turn it back to administration.
Yeah, generally we'll work from 7 to 7, right, within the city, and then there's some extended hours within, sometimes on weekends, but not very often. It gets restricted.
Okay, and do you feel that there would be any advantage in loosening some of that? Again, we've seen some success with an accelerated construction program on our LRT. It's obviously a very different context in a deeply residential area, but just wanted to get your thoughts. Are there significant savings that could come from being able to get in and out faster?
That's certainly, I think we'd be respectful of the residents that we work in, because it's outside of people's front doors more than anything. Within the long summer hours, we could work later into the evening. If residents would be open to that, we should be able to shorten our construction window to a degree, but it would be minor. Certainly, it would help for the time crunch. We are limited to seasonal weather as well in the evenings for construction standards.
Okay, so not sort of significant time or money savings with taking that approach. Seems like okay. The other question I have, and I'm not sure if you're in a position to answer it, but I'm curious about our materials and at what point does it make sense to invest in concrete roads? So other jurisdictions do this, other climates, but just recognizing that from what I understand, it has a bit more resiliency and longer lifespan. Just interested from an industry perspective, if you have sort of order of magnitude in cost increase to that, and what the potential implications of that would be.
Can you take that?
I think it's a different design, no question. I think Alberta makes sense largely for an asphalt design. I think there's not very many concrete roadways within local rehabs for a reason, just due to the nature of the construction and how it works to modify it. I don't have numbers. I'd have to come back for a comment in terms of the overall life cycle and the value of money on that. But
Okay, what sort of
I would add, sorry if I could, I would add just that there are probably components that would be improved with concrete, you know, at intersections, roundabouts, things like that. But probably not for the longer linear.
I think for constructability standards in neighborhoods, it would be very challenging for concrete to occur.
Okay, and what are some of those limitations? Sorry, just for my learning and understanding.
Didn't catch that.
Oh, just curious to learn a little bit more about what makes it maybe not suitable for local roads. Just trying to understand the implications.
Of concrete versus asphalt? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of technical advice, but I mean the loads on neighborhoods, the heavy loads are not the same as they are on major arterials. So asphalt's probably better surface.
Okay, interesting, but it does make sense on. So it's a better material when you have the higher loads?
So, like, it would be all based on the design loading, right? And then, like, we're talking like the thickness of the material and the structure of the underlying granular base structure. I'm not sure if we're answering your question perfectly.
No, that's okay. It's a pretty technical one and just something I'm trying to wrap my head around. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that concludes our questions for our speakers on this item. So thank you again to both of you for joining us today and being here in person. Hopefully the roads weren't too slick on your way in. And now we will go to questions of administration on this item on neighborhood renewal. And we'll take it away. I'll start with some questions since I selected this item. I guess my first question to administration is around sort of the alignment with, so the motion specifically said reduce or add, yet the report only discussed that there was no recommendations to add. And I know there was discussion in the report about, you know, these things can save costs over time, but it wasn't an overt recommendation not to reduce. And so I wanted to sort of unpack that a little bit because it wasn't spoken to as part of that motion.
So we did mention that with the Complete Streets update, which was a very substantial update, it has taken into account a bunch of the elements that were utilized for roadway design for neighborhoods before. So it's streamlined our policies. So with that, we are actually, just by following Complete Streets, ignoring a variety of other policies that we used to have to pay attention to for the design aspect of it. So it has actually very much changed how we're going to do things with the design standards that came out here in January and going forward. So we're not relying on the interpretation of other policies anymore. The Complete Streets update has specific details and profiles and examples and things like that, which is why we said not to remove any, because we're basically down to that as our main primary focus for the design for neighborhoods.
And that I just want to confirm that Complete Streets, because the auditor's report did focus on some process pieces around public engagement. And I still have this sort of tension with the Complete Streets and the interface with public engagement and what we can authentically actually glean from that. So can you tell me more about how the Complete Streets policy interplays with engagement and those recommendations from the city auditor?
For sure. So the Complete Streets will provide, for example, a collector road should have a shared use path on one side and a sidewalk on another. So we have kind of the gates associated to what we can do, and then we bring in the technical and utility aspects of things of whether we can actually functionally implement that in the design. And that's where the engagement comes in, as we will provide options. So in order to meet Complete Streets, we may have to say, what is your preference? If we don't have enough geometry or utilities, do we remove parking? Do we remove trees? Do we Do we change some of
Okay,
that
yep.
stuff? So that's how the engagement aspect with the Complete Streets policy comes in, because we are not in Greenfield and we have limitations associated to implementing anything in older and mature neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so the Complete Streets could speak to, for example, the need to have active mode connectivity, but it would be potentially silent on whether that's a protected bike lane, a shared use path, and those kind of things, or does it get more granular than that?
So Complete Streets design standards, not the policy itself, gets more granular than that. There are specific road profiles that will show, if it is a district connector, what that should look like fundamentally. So it does provide some of that, and I'm gonna also let Natalie Lazurko speak to Complete Streets as the driving force behind that and the details associated to it.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time here with my computer. Thanks, Nicole. I think you touched on it quite well with your response here. With our Complete Streets design and construction standards and the policy that overarches it, it provides us with the guidance that we need, but it doesn't tell you in every circumstance exactly what the pieces of the puzzle are. It does tell you how to build each of those pieces of the puzzle, but a lot of the work that Neighborhood Renewal does through their process and the examination of options and trade-offs is done under that umbrella. So with the Complete Streets standards themselves, it'll tell you how wide a certain type of bike lane or a shared path needs to be, but how all of that fits together into the right-of-way that's available. That's a lot of the options and trade-offs, and the public engagement can influence that.
Perfect. And somebody asked me the other day, a constituent, why it takes several years to do the design of neighborhood renewal when the roads and the sidewalks are already there. And it is because of public engagement, and it is because we are having to look at already existing conditions like trees and utilities and all of those pieces as we design the renewal work, correct?
That is correct. There's also, and you mentioned it a little bit, the coordination with the utility companies going in and doing their renewal as well. That usually takes a year or a year and a half of them going in before we go to neighborhood renewal. So there's some of that comes into the timeline. And I don't know that we bake anything in. Yes, there are specific road widths and sidewalk widths and stuff like that. But again, in a mature environment, it is not just a slam it in and do it. There are some conversations of trade-offs that have to happen with the community.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, sorry. Apologize. Councillor Jans.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. So I hear the recommendation saying basically we administration is I forget the word exactly we said here. I want to say is that no additional policies or scope are recommended as the existing policies are sufficient. So I hear you on sufficient, but what my question is on hierarchy. What policies trump which in the hierarchy? Because I've heard sometimes there's clashes where when we have a policy about tree preservation or a policy about accessibility or a policy about XYZ, they all clash together. What takes the hierarchy here?
So from a hierarchy perspective, with the work that's been done on Complete Streets, it provides some of that prioritization of the different elements that are associated to it. It speaks to trees, it speaks to accessibility, it speaks to safe mobility. So it's kind of been outlined like that. And then from there, Councillor Jans, it would be in that options and trade-offs conversation where we have, depending upon what that design would look like in an existing area, and be able to functionally place that. So for us, we are looking at Complete Streets to be accessible and usable for all folks. So I would suggest that accessibility is probably one of our highest ones that we come in and we do things like that, but I'll let Natalie answer that as well.
Thanks, Nicole. In terms of the priorities, I think you again hit the nail on the head here. The Complete Streets design and construction standards took the opportunity to marry together the various policies and their hierarchy. And it really does depend on the local context. So in some circumstances, you're going to have different policies that are the driving force behind the design decisions and the design recommendations within the Complete Streets policy. All of them, though, are underpinned by things such as accessibility for everybody, accessibility for people with disabilities and otherwise, and also our winter maintenance, financial sustainability, and so on. So we've looked at each different context within Complete Streets and understanding that neighborhoods themselves are kind of a subset of the design and construction standards. The policies are really woven into how we develop the Complete Streets design and construction standards.
Yeah. So another question I have is related to the road diet conversation. Do we have a fixed number on, we're looking to get to a certain reduction in terms of, like, for the neighborhoods, especially the 1960s neighborhoods that are dramatically overbuilt with enormous amounts of infrastructure? Do we have a target on what we're trying to get to?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Jans.
How could council set a target? How could council set a target?
So I think the idea of a target is hard because it is dependent upon the infrastructure that is there. So if we have a neighborhood that has 95% of its roads already meeting standard widths, there's very little we would take out for standard widths. As part of our planning and design process, we look at all of the roads that are not standard widths and we look to turn them down to standards widths. So setting a target will be very difficult because each neighborhood has been built over time with different standards. We typically, on average in a neighborhood, and it's a range, is usually about a 5 to 10% reduction in asphalt from the wider roads. But we are just starting to get into the more curved linear style neighborhoods that have the wider local roads. The older grid style neighborhoods are usually all have roads that are within current standard allowances. So it is part of something that we already do as part of our process. We don't leave the wide roads unless there's a really good reason. And if we are unable to narrow a road due to technical or utility constraints, we will do other traffic safety measures in order to slow the speeds on those roads.
Yeah, I realize it's hard to do, but my rough math here is that when we're talking about neighborhood renewal, we're talking roughly the cost of about $25,000 per house per block for the cost of the renewal. Is that your math as well?
I'm going to use the Stacey Padbury line. I do not have that math, and I really depend upon the neighborhood. So we've got neighborhoods like Rossdale coming up that are very small, they're very narrow. We've got neighborhoods like Waquentawin that are priority growth areas that are going to have a substantially different budget. So I don't have that number. I'm sure we could go on an average and get that back to you at some point.
Yeah, I note on one page on the city of Edmonton. Okay, sorry, thanks, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the report. Something that immediately and obviously jumped out at me was the fact that the renewal budget is flat, meaning it doesn't accommodate for inflation or growth. And I know that in the report, the motion that's referenced asks the question if there are any policies that needed to be added or removed, but it didn't ask about budget considerations. And I'm just wondering if you wanted to expand on that a little bit.
Happy to expand on that. We're halfway through the Neighborhood Renewal 30-year program, and we are just in the midst of doing an overarching review of the funding associated to the program, what we have, what we need, and looking at the inflation factors over the last 15 years. I know recently we've said neighborhoods is 100% funded. Preliminary numbers are that it's not. It needs to be about $196 million a year, and we will be looking at that information and that data to update the neighborhood renewal policy here after budget, being that we have public hearings and things, and want to make sure we have all of the outcomes before we take that policy for the public hearings, and we will be updating our targets. We're also aware at this point in time that we will never reach a 0% DNF, as the program indicates. So we're looking to balance, based upon the risk associated with this asset infrastructure, what that right number is in comparison to the other assets in the organization. And we'll be updating all of those things here likely early 2027 when the budget process is done.
Okay, so I guess this is my concern. We're going to get this information early 2027 when the budget process is done.
So that will be when the policy comes back based upon the conversation. I've publicly given you some preliminary results today to take into consideration, and if you'd like some memo on that here between now and budget, we can definitely do that if that's a request for you folks. We are just finishing that analysis, so we don't have all of our final results, but could likely produce something before budget deliberations.
Yeah, that would probably be helpful. It seems a little bit like juggling numbers as we go along. One of the things that I've been thinking about for a lot of different aspects of our city budget is establishing a funding formula tied to population growth and inflation, much the way we do with the EPS funding formula. Maybe it's too early to get your opinion on that, but any thoughts when we look at the pace of inflation and the fact that essentially this renewal funding has received, I guess, a shadow cut rather than staying even?
I think my answer to that question, and maybe I'll turn it over to Jason after, is it really is dependent upon the asset type that we're talking about and what that looks like fundamentally. We are in a place where we are in a renewal deficit, and there are assets that are higher risk than neighborhoods. So from a population perspective, not all assets would be equated to a population that necessarily uses them or are directly related to that. But I'll let Jason follow up.
Yeah, I think generally we try to connect our infrastructure targets and outcomes to the service itself, and those services have different drivers for what makes them grow, or what the rate of growth that they have. To confirm though, and I think this is what you're getting at, is since this neighborhood program has been approved, it hasn't been indexed for inflation. Meanwhile, construction has continued to grow in price, and but effectively our buying power has been shrinking since the program has been developed for this. So it is something that we are obviously, and that's part of the work that Nicole's described as part of the analysis that we're doing right now, is trying to right size what our next level of investment needs to be for this program, shifting into the next 10, 15 years of this program.
Yeah, and that's something that's on my mind as well. I guess we could always kick it down the road and make it someone else's problem, but that just seems like a fairly irresponsible thing to do. And I think that the city has experienced that effect already. So I am very interested in getting that memo, if that's possible. And I'm over time. Thank you.
Yeah, and Councillor Paquette, while I know that we have that commitment, like I said, if there's direction that we're giving administration at this committee, I'd like it on public record, so we can track it, so the clerk can track it better, and it doesn't get lost. So since it was just received for information, if you could just work on that, a memo be created on that, that would be fantastic as a motion for this report.
Noted.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Very similar questions to Councillor Paquette. And so again, can you just talk me through the timeline? So if we get this memo, would we then have to, like, I think my interest is having this in front of us at budget deliberations. So what direction is needed for that to happen?
So for me, I've been told you need a memo before budget deliberations. You will get a memo before budget deliberations. We just are in the process of finalizing the analysis that we're doing. So it's probably a couple months out before we do that. So, but it will definitely be before your October, November budget deliberations.
And we could add too. Nicole shared this with me as a learning for me. This is Jason. Is that there have been previous reports that have talked about kind of the broader effects of kind of playing with the level of funding related to the neighborhood renewal program. So we could, as part of that, also include some of the historical information that's been shared, just as so you have it all in one package as part of that as well.
It's possible. I mean, I think I'm more interested in the additive side of things in terms of what is needed to ensure that this program keeps pace with inflation and continues to provide the renewal that we need. And so I guess my concern is we would get a memo, and I assume that memo would provide the information needed for a councillor at budget deliberations to then make an amendment to the budget.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah.
I just want to stay focused. If you're going to ask questions about the memo, can you wait until a memo motion is on the floor? And focus on the report?
Sure. I guess maybe my just trying to understand the optimal motion that could be made, whether it's a memo or whether it's alternative directions. So again, what would be required in terms of direction? For example, we've talked about what comes funded and what comes unfunded. It seems that a memo is a pathway to an unfunded service package. Like, can you just help me understand the steps after a memo? And sorry, I can wait until the memo motion is on, but I just want to understand, is the memo motion what we need, or is it something else?
Again, I think that can be debated when there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, sounds great. So then was also wondering what administration is doing in terms of looking at different materials to adapt to, what's becoming a much more frequent freeze thaw cycle, and how our asphalt and current materials are holding up with our changing climate.
So from a materials perspective, we have pavement designs that are applicable to both road volumes and locations and all of that good stuff. From a overarching program perspective, that's why you see this program includes things like microsurfacing, which is to keep that top layer of asphalt surface in good condition to last so it doesn't degrade and break down quicker. So this program is actually a life cycle management program to ensure that we get the longest life out of our asphalt. So we're always looking at that as well. I think Natalie can speak to part of Complete Streets and looking at different pavement structures associated to different loading as well. I think there was some of that.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
We are doing some work at the moment to update our pavement design structures as well. So we'll be, it wasn't in the updated standards that was published in December of last year, but it's a work in progress and something that we'll be looking at bringing forward over the coming months and years.
Okay. So I'm just remembering there was a pilot project out of the waste management facility years ago that was using recycled tires, for example, to mix into asphalt and looking at that wear and tear. So again, what are we doing to look at innovative materials like that provide more resilience? Recognizing sort of the life cycle approach, which is excellent, but what about that base material in terms of optimizing it?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. Our current pavement designs, which are reviewed on an annual basis, the current products that we use are asphalt. They're a flexible pavement, which is quite different than a more rigid concrete surface. The biggest enemy we have for our neighborhood and local roads is the environment, and it's the exposure that they have from just like UV light, so that's generally how they break down, but also freeze thaw, like you mentioned. So having flexible pavement structures allow us more flexibility, no pun intended, to be able to adapt with various maintenance techniques and rehabilitative techniques. So we do regularly with industry. We have just only a couple weeks ago, I know our engineering services group and our technical services group have been meeting with asphalt suppliers to kind of review the recipe, so to speak, in terms of trying to understand current trends, modern products and materials that go into those asphalt designs. So that is kind of an ongoing body of work that we do, with the idea of trying to prolong our investment and making sure that we're getting good value out of our asphalt investments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang.
I think a lot of my questions were answered. I'll wait for potential motion. But I was curious, we had a lot of industry input on the Complete Streets discussion last year, I think. So do you see that as kind of, so is that why there was not a lot of input on this particular report?
So, and I'll let Natalie follow up, but this Complete Streets update was a very substantial update. It was not just a minor tweak here and there. It was embedded with industry to make sure that the roads are usable and livable for all sorts of folks. And it is something that is done for both development as well as renewal aspects of things. So it was a substantial update that took a lot of lifting, and like it was a couple of years in the making with industry. It was not something that was quick.
Are we unique in the country to have something to this level?
So I'll start, and Natalie might come on here. She knows a little bit better. There are lots of municipalities that do things similar to us. They do raised crosswalks. They do sidewalk widths. They do road standards. It's not something that is unique. I think for us, it's how we package it. Might
and that
be
integrated with some of the other policies? Yeah. Is I think that's the piece I'm more curious about.
I'll let Natalie answer that.
To be honest, I'm not sure how unique we are. I think other jurisdictions do look to us for inspiration as to how they package their standards in their own jurisdictions as well. So I suppose in some ways we may be unique in that regard.
Mm-hmm. And right now, how many neighborhood renewals are we doing a year? Is it 5 or 6?
So it depends on how long the neighborhoods last for construction. So we typically start maybe 2 to 3 new neighborhoods a year at most, probably down to 1 to 2 here because we're starting to hit a curve of doing more rehabs than reconstructions. But we could have up to 10 or 11 going on because some constructions are a year and some construction are 5 years. So it's that turnover.
And if we're funded at 100%, it'll be more that 10-ish.
So yes, there would be a differential there that would include things. And it may be more microsurfacing, it may be more pavement renewals and rehabs. It may not lead to more neighborhood full reconstructions. It would be very focused on what would be the optimum for the assets.
And remind me, did we ever work out some maths around overall any cost savings or cost escalation?
So the November 2024 report did talk about the operating impacts of capital. And again, it's very dependent upon each neighborhood and how well they are served.
Yeah.
We typically, with the older neighborhoods, don't have active modes in them. And from a maintenance and operation perspective, that is one of the more expensive assets that we put in. It also is dependent upon trees. Trees are up there from a costing perspective as well. So again, each neighborhood is very unique. Some are very well served. Like I think our recent one, Mayonic, is pretty basic in the grand scheme of things. And the way we calculate some of those savings is you're taking away road width, you're putting in concrete. So there is likely a negligible increase associated to that in the grand scheme of things, but there are definitely impacts for operations.
Yeah, I'll dig that back up. I mean, I think, you know, I'm on my 3rd neighborhood renewal in my ward. I mean, I think a lot of the refrain is still a lot of the similar comments I heard in the previous 2, and, you know, people are still opting to sign the petitions to, even though the alternative will be spot repair, that, you know, still has a cost on an ongoing way. And I often wonder, how do we communicate? You know, do you feel like we're communicating enough about the benefits of our neighborhood renewal program? I think we have some industry organizations that understand the benefit, but do Edmontonians understand what this means for our city and the sustainability of neighborhoods? do you feel we're doing enough in terms of communicating about that?
I think, Councillor Tang, that's a double-edged sword, because we can do enough, and we will still have people who will be vocal about certain things.
Fair.
So I can plant a tree, and somebody can love the fact that I planted a tree, and I can have somebody who absolutely despises the fact that I plant a tree. So getting it down to the understanding of what we're doing and how we're trying to make communities more livable is probably something that we can work on.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just on the communication piece, do we ever go in post renewal and do and sort of gather feedback from community members around, I guess the before and after? I'm just thinking about even in my own experience where one of the communities I represent is going through a very large scale renewal. It's a big neighborhood. Certain sections have been done, certain sections haven't. And in speaking with folks in different sections, it's quite interesting to see that feedback. And I'm just wondering from a comms perspective if it might be beneficial to be able to have some of those after perspectives to be able to speak to the benefits of the program. Do we do that?
So we don't have anything formal in place at this particular moment in time, like a survey or anything along those lines. We do hear rhetoric, and we do still get some engagement when we're going through after the fact, because they're usually in warranty for a couple of years, so we're still talking to citizens and things like that. And we do, on occasion, not very frequently, get some thank you letters and things like that. It is something that we could look at doing as part of our strategy.
I think that could be really valuable. Thanks.
Thank you. Just 1 second. So I'm going to go for a second round of questioning. So I had some back and forth recently in an email, and one of the things that I'm really, because this is the kind of stuff that I think really overshadows the great work of neighborhood renewal. So you talk about the winter design policy, but then I just heard in my last round of questionings that Complete Streets basically has consolidated those. Has it consolidated the winter design policy?
I'll start, I'll let Natalie finish. The new road profiles that are in Complete Streets do include snow storage and how the snow should be stored and the spaces associated to it, but I'll let Natalie
Yeah, absolutely. So the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards have taken a strong lens to winter maintenance and clearing operations in all of the cross sections that have been developed. Space for snow storage is identified. That being said, the application of Complete Streets in certain circumstances can be challenging, particularly when you're working in retrofit situations. So designers do have to take some opportunity to ensure that the standards are applied as best as they can in the constraints that they've got, that they're facing.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that this is not like, if the winter policy, like everything you're saying sounds good, but the reality of what is happening on the ground is different. So today, I was driving on 132 Avenue to work, and there was a windrow that was completely blocking the on-street parking that is on. It was literally in, like, there was no way you could even park a car there. And they'd kind of swerved in because there was a handicapped spot. So they'd swerved in a little bit. So the person with the handicapped spot would have half a parking stall to park, but I don't even think they could park a large vehicle there. And then it was swerved out and there was a windrow where they're supposed to be parking. And that's the kind of stuff that really frustrates Edmontonians and gives neighborhood renewal a bad name. And when I had the church, and I know you've been involved in those conversations, that says that their parishioners cannot safely get out of their vehicles because they cannot open the doors to allow their elderly people that want to go to church to get out to access the church. And then the answer I get back from operations is it's at the standard it's supposed to be at. But if we're actually improving the design and we're thinking about the winter designs, and as it says in here, and we're talking about operating impacts of capital, why is there not also the reflection of, if we're going to build these roads and redesign them completely, that there actually needs to be subsequent reallocation or of the service standards of the operations? Like, I don't think windrows should be on 132 Ave as an example. I think windrow removal should be a component of that because the design does not work with windrows. So I'm really struggling to understand how the design actually truly functions on the ground in reality, because what you're telling me today doesn't match what I hear day in and day out from residents. So can somebody please square this round peg for me?
So I'll start a little bit for when it comes to snow storage. There is currently, based upon service levels, an expectation that there are windrows. So
why was there no recommendation for enhanced service levels on 132 Ave with the design implementation?
So I would have to...
As part of operating impacts of capital.
Yeah, I would have to let Caitlin Zarabeski answer that aspect of it.
Please, or I see Mr. McEwen is here too if she's not online.
Yeah, I'm on the call, Councilor Rutherford. So on 132 Ave, I can say that is a miss. That should have been a recommendation. So with the shrinking of the road, without those two lanes going both east and west, and with the only place to put the windrows or the snow on that curb lane, it is a miss of not putting a recommendation forward in order for an enhancement of service for windrow pickup there. So that's a miss. That's something that we've taken into consideration for other operating impacts of capital. That road previously was not a windrow-free zone to begin with, but your point is noted that with the shrinking of the roadway, with less places to put that snow, there needs to be a relook at where that snow can go, and if it can't go anywhere, then it needs to be picked up.
I'm going to need another round, so you can just put me back on for another round to continue that. So I appreciate that it was a miss. Is it going to come as a recommendation for administration to correct that miss in the 4-year budget? Is my first question. Whatever that looks like.
We're looking at operating impacts of capital now, Councilor Rutherford, for the 27 to 2030 budget. We're also looking at the snow and ice policy, which is coming forward to council in August of this year. So where we have windrows, where we don't have windrows, is part of that conversation.
Okay, perfect. And if you say that that was a miss, and I'm hearing we consider winter policy in our design, but then this miss happened, what lessons have we learned so that we don't have these misses going forward, especially in areas where there is substantial redesign and renewal and neighborhood renewal?
I'll start, and then I'll turn it back over to Nicole from the design perspective. But from the operations side, Councillor, we're very, very well integrated with our partners over at IAS. We're talking constantly. We talk about the designs that are coming forward, the circulations. We look at them at conceptual stage. We look at them also at detailed. We understand what the operational impacts are of those, and we also make sure that those are considered, whether it's placement of snow, how we're removing snow, the equipment that's required for that. Admittedly, have we done that perfectly in the past? No. Have we made a concerted effort in the last 2 to 3 years to do better on that? Absolutely. Are we committed to continuing to make sure none of this stuff is missed and we're not in 5 years down the road saying we missed this, we should have done better? We are working towards not having to say that again.
Okay, and to neighborhood renewal?
So, and I'll start and maybe turn it over to Natalie as well. I think from a design perspective, having a place to store the snow, I can't speak today, is an important thing as well. And talking about the widths and the depths of things in order to do that is part of it. And I know it was worked with both operations and ourselves from a perspective of these road profiles to show where things should be stored and how it will come to play and come to fruition. I think there is a piece of this year was also an abnormal year. I can't necessarily guarantee that a space that is defined for an average year of snow will handle a significant, because that would probably be a...
And if it was just the anomaly, I just want to be clear, if it was just this year, I would take that.
Okay.
I've been here for 5 years now, and 132 Ave has been partially constructed in my ward for a majority of that, and it's not just this year. And I live in that area. I take 132 Ave on a regular basis. I see it intimately myself as well, and I know I would be remiss if I'm not bringing that forward. So I appreciate that this year was an anomaly, but it is it is not functioning in winter the way it needs to. And so again, I don't want to belabor it here, but it is hard sometimes. And the reason I bring this up is it's hard sometimes when we see these reports and we see these presentations and everything sounds really great. And it's like, yes, we're leading the country. We're doing all of these things. 4% is minimal investment for active mode infrastructure with the proportionate benefits that we get from it. But then what I'm trying to bring forward as a representative for Edmontonians is what they see on the ground. Because we can intellectualize all we want, but does it actually function the way we perceive? And so it sounds like, and I'm just going to confirm this, because we have the service standards conversation coming up, because we have further conversations on this, this is noted, this miss is going to be lessons learned for the ongoing work that we're doing. And that's good enough for me, as long as we know we can rectify and have future conversations. But I did feel like I'd be remiss to not sort of talk about where some things might not be functioning as envisioned. And I think it is that intersection with, if windrows were removed, it would be fine. But if we don't have the service standards that are commensurate with the design, then we get what we're seeing here. Thank you. Councillor Paquette, do you have a motion?
That's a good question. To the clerks, do I have a motion?
Councillor Paquette, we are still working on some wording to clarify the motion. It's not quite ready.
Okay.
And I think this is, so just again, we'll just move on to the next one, and then we'll table this one, and we can come back when we have a motion. As I mentioned, just to my council colleagues on committee and council, it's at the discretion of the chair. Since some places we're not receiving for information, I think I want to start doing receipt of information for directly information reports, and if there is any commitment of an action from administration, that we have it on public record. A, so there's clarity, so we all understand what we're actually asking for, which is clearly needed on this memo, and B, so that the clerk can actually track it to make sure that that memo did actually make its way to council. So that is why I'm doing that. So we'll table this for now. Councillor Paquette works on that motion, if that's okay, and then we'll come back to this item before we adjourn today. So we will move on now to item 7.2.
Good morning, committee. I am Pascale Douceur. I'm the branch manager for infrastructure planning and design. I'm here with Clement Young, our director of lifecycle management, and Murray Johnson, the supervisor of the Asset Management Center of Excellence. The report, or the presentation on the report today, provides an update on the application of the Asset Rationalization Framework on city infrastructure, which was approved by Council in December of 2023 as part of an in-private asset rationalization framework and pilot report. The Asset Rationalization Framework provides a consistent process to review existing assets and validate their suitability for meeting service needs. Clem and Murray will now take over the presentation.
Thanks, Pascal. I'd like to start by providing an overview of our asset management system and where asset rationalization and divestment of assets fits in. Municipal assets exist to provide and support services. Without the service, there is no need for the assets. Asset management decisions are guided by the city's strategic plans, level of service objectives, and corporate policies, leading to comprehensive asset management plans. Everything we do in terms of asset management is connected and guided by the expected outcome of our strategic plans. If you look at the lower portion of the slide, you will see the asset portfolio section that includes the life cycle activities of planning, acquisition, operations, maintenance, renewal, and divestment. For effective asset management, each of the activities needs to be planned and implemented in a deliberate manner. For each of the departments has a role in asset management, and we work together as partners managing our municipal infrastructure assets, utilizing the pillars of governance, process, people, data, and tools. I'll now pass it over to Murray, who will dive deeper into the work that administration has been doing related to asset rationalization and divestment.
Thank you, Clem. In alignment with leading asset management practices, the asset rationalization framework was developed to provide a data-driven assessment method that can be used for any type of asset. The asset rationalization framework allows administration to assess which assets to renew, reinvest, or divest. This allows the city to maximize value from its $39.8 billion asset base and optimizes the allocation of limited operating and capital funding to align with service priorities and demands. Asset rationalization is, at its base, a framework to use empirical data to understand how an asset is performing in support of the service it's being used for. While asset disposition is one of the outcomes of asset rationalization, it is not the primary purpose. Asset rationalization is to ultimately inform asset management investment decisions. The framework is broken down into several phases: planning, asset assessment, options analysis, and implementation. Next slide, please. The planning phase involves identifying the various assets to be included in asset management, in the asset assessment. A cross-corporate evaluation team is formed with members representing the various asset management and corporate functions to take part in the evaluation process. The team identifies the services supported by the assets, the measures to be evaluated, and the relative data sources. The early identification of evaluation measures helps to identify any advanced work to be performed prior to the beginning of the assessment process. For example, completing accessibility assessments for any of the buildings that have not had one completed yet. Where appropriate, assets are assessed in groups of similar classes, for example, office buildings, service garages, or arenas. This allows for consistent application of the criteria based on an asset type and service-specific metrics, and more effectively utilizing the time of staff who contribute to the analysis. Next slide, please. As we move into the assessment phase, the asset rationalization team works with staff members throughout the city representing the various aspects of the asset life. Assets are evaluated using criteria that includes, at a minimum, asset condition, financial performance, environmental sustainability, user needs and utilization, and social outcomes. These criteria are used to review the asset in its current state to understand how it's performing to meet the needs of the services as they are delivered today. The assessment does not evaluate the service itself or its importance to the city. This assessment is purely an asset level review to understand if we need to consider other options for this asset. Next slide, please. The results of the asset assessment are validated by the cross-corporate team for reasonability and additional input that may not have been completely captured by the quantitative scoring. The final outcome of the asset assessment includes status quo, where assets continue to be managed and maintained within city's inventory through appropriate capital investments and operating plans, or moving on to options analysis. Next slide, please. Options analysis involves a similar review to the asset assessment, where the same categories are considered. This review, however, is a forward-looking review, comparing a list of different options for the asset to determine the highest ratio of cost versus benefits of the various options. The options can vary depending on the type of asset being assessed. Some of the most common options include retaining the asset, divesting the asset by sale or demolition, transforming or redeveloping the asset, or running the asset to fail. The option which yields the highest benefit for the lowest cost is identified as the recommended option. Next slide, please. Implementation of the recommended option is assigned to the appropriate department depending on the work required, and implementation of options are dependent on available funding and resources. The timing of the different options varies as much as the options themselves and could range in time from several months to several years, depending on the complexity of the asset or the supported service in question. As a result of the building's renewal investment gap, the portfolio's physical condition, and the number of services relying on these assets, the asset rationalization program is currently focused on the building portfolio. To date, 111 assessments have been completed. From those assessments, 52 assets remain status quo, and 59 have gone on to options analysis, with 34 of those completed. It's important to note that not all the assets that are being divested or redeveloped have run through the asset rationalization program. As such, are not included in these numbers. A notable exception is Hangar 14, which was run through a similar exercise, but was completed before the framework was approved. I will now turn back to Clem Young to discuss next steps.
Thanks, Murray. As part of administration's next steps, we will continue to apply the asset rationalization framework within our asset management best practices, and the 2026 work plan has identified an additional 33 buildings to undergo asset assessments. In addition, the results of the asset rationalization framework, as outlined in the report, will be considered for implementation in the 2027 to 30 budget. As administration continues to work through the implementation of the asset rationalization framework, we will also continually be improving our data and streamlining our processes. To address key challenges associated with growth of the city's asset portfolio, pressures to maintain service levels as the city's population grows, aging infrastructure, and insufficient funding, the asset rationalization framework will be implemented in conjunction with other strategies and initiatives, such as the Capital Infrastructure Plan program and the Physical Gap Strategies Work Plan. Thank you, and administration will be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We have some public speakers that are here in person. We have Michelle Frigette and Scott Gerke. You'll each have 5 minutes. So we will go to Michelle first for your 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
My name is Michelle Frechette, and I am the founder of the Connected Kitchen Project Foundation and Connected Kitchen Management. It's a for-profit and a nonprofit that work laterally as a social enterprise. My work in this space has led me to branching into more overlapping sectors in circular economy and outward into more social enterprise models that are financially sustainable and pragmatic. What we're here today to talk to you about is the Social Impact Innovation Hub. This is an extension of the circular food economy that I work in, being a node in a larger social impact, social innovation, tech for good space that combines collaboration density, shared resources, and the ability to reduce costs for the multiple organizations working in the same spaces, and having the opportunity to have the collaboration from the same problems being looked at from multiple angles. We're here today to ask that the city takes into consideration this opportunity as an alternative to transform or redevelop one of your spaces that are identified for that purpose after your asset rationalization or after the analysis. This would look like a physical infrastructure space with shared resources, be that printing and shared costs among utilities, and have both for-profit and nonprofit businesses working as social enterprises within the same space. We have multiple confirmed stakeholders that are interested in being anchor tenants, and when we are able to identify the buildings that you have put forward as options to transform or redevelop, we will be able to more concretely put together anchor tenants, but speaking to my organization specifically, the Connected Kitchen Project Foundation and Connected Kitchen Management will be one of those anchor tenants, as well as the fractional management of space software that we're currently developing with Alberta Innovates support will be used to keep manpower low and automate a lot of the processes that bog down the day-to-day operations of fractional use spaces. We have considered multiple different policies and programs that the city has put together, and we believe that it is in line, in fact, with what you're talking about here today. It will activate a service to the city, and Edmonton itself has already identified our core nature, our character, as being leaders in tech innovation and AI. This is an extension of that, where there's an opportunity for those working in social impact, social tech, social tech for good, to be in the same space and actually activate more opportunities, economically speaking, and community outcomes. We have the support of Edmonton Regional Innovation Network, and they have specifically stated it being a pragmatic and timely, meaningful, and complementary service to what already exists within the Tech and Innovation community, and that it would strengthen our economic and community outcomes available to the greater Edmonton area. We see this as an opportunity to have individuals that speak the same language, looking at the same problems, but coming from different experiences, different perspectives, and a united impact and innovation community coming out of that as a result. This would reduce the cost on the city maintaining these assets and give relief to the ongoing services being accessed from other organizations, because within our walls, the nonprofits that you guys are currently supporting, or the ones that don't have the support, will have the ability to create internal revenue streams for themselves. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to more.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to, is it Mr. Gerke? Or Gerke?
Yeah, hi, my name is Scott Gerke.
Okay.
I am a colleague of Michelle's with the Connected Kitchen Foundation, helping develop the software that Alberta Innovates is funding. I also volunteer with the community leagues in the city. I volunteer with the Network for Applied Technology, helping young innovators build community around entrepreneurial opportunities and running building competitions. But some of my most rewarding work is with the Mustard Seed, working with men who are reintegrating into society after prison. And what I've noticed as a common thread between all of these things is that to make a real impact, you need to shift your focus to the individual and see them in their wholeness. And what we want to do with these spaces is create that community where we can see individuals who are at risk in their wholeness, and we can collaborate with them to build solutions that will better serve the city. If we're looking at from a cost savings perspective, investing in addiction recovery and reducing recidivism is some of the best social return on investment that we can find. And being able to have a shared space. We have the support from the University of Alberta, their prison project that the criminology department is working on. We have support from Norquest as well to use our space as incubation for some of their social impact projects, as well as Grant McEwen, I believe, as well. So we have just an outpouring of support. Essentially what we're asking for is the ability to look at some of the assets that the city is still wondering what to do with, and make a proposal around leasing that space for below market rent. Toronto runs a similar program where they lease out this space for $2 a year to community hubs. And those spaces have been able to get tens of millions of dollars in capital infrastructure grants from provincial and federal government. Essentially, we're not asking for financial support from the City of Edmonton. We are just asking to see if we can make better use of the space that sits chronically vacant, and also support the crisis initiatives that some of these wonderful organizations are working towards. Do I have to use all of my 5 minutes? Some of the inspiration for this comes from a project out of Los Angeles called Homeboy Industries. Obviously, that project out of Los Angeles can't be directly replicated because Alberta is truly a different environment with different people and different values and different demographics. But what they did back in the 80s was they started running social impact programming for members of gangs and members who are returning into society after prison, who are reintegrating, and they started a social enterprise which was pretty much just a bakery, and it has since grown into 12 separate businesses. They have over $30 million in funding from philanthropy and from the actual internal revenue that they've been able to generate, and they're able to help over 10,000 people per year. And so our dream, our vision is to create something like that here, and hopefully with the support of the city, by being able to offer us a space where we can create that collaboration density, we'll be able to achieve something similar.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. I hear your ask. I'm trying to link it to, like, where do you see the link with the report before us today? Because the report before us today is really about how we have a growing asset inventory, and we have a lot of assets that are going to become in what we call DNF condition, or failure condition, without renewal investment in those. And so one of the things that we need to consider is disposing of those, or which ones are what key ways are we going to reinvest in those. So just understanding that, because I know you said it's not a budgetary thing, but if there's a space that would be leased to you, it would still require the city to invest in the infrastructure so that it's not in a failure state. That's what I'm trying to...
Yeah, so we're not actually trying to bring a building back from the brink of destruction. We're looking at that space when, after you guys do your assessment, there is certain ones that need improvement. There's certain ones that are, best to be sold. There's certain ones that are best to be demolished. We're looking at the few in between that need work but don't necessarily need significant overhaul. And what we're actually presenting to the city is an opportunity for the community to make that investment, not the city to be allocating funds for the infrastructure investment.
So if I understand correctly, then it's more as a part of this framework that there, we had the flow charts. On the one flow chart that says, okay, there's an assessment, and there is still value, the thing is there.
We would be fitting in the transform or redevelop.
Okay, no, that helps clarify for me. Thank you. And now I will go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate your presentations, and those were helpful questions that clarified a few things for me. I did just want to understand one of the parts that I had highlighted in the report that I'm going to ask administration about. It just speaks to the vast majority of city buildings are used for services or leased by third parties with very few vacancies. So I guess I'm wondering, like, are there specific is there information that makes you feel like there are a lot of vacancies or maybe underutilized buildings that you wanted to share?
There are publicly available, from what I've been able to find, publicly available spaces, a list of spaces that are available for sale or asking for people to make proposals on. Those are still within the purview of the city. those are buildings that could be redeveloped or transformed within this context rather than simply working exclusively outside of the city. So those are in the question. And as far as the assumptions that we've made, we've done our best to get all of the information possible. And it seems as though there's just, which we found out today, a list of 59 buildings, and that 34 of them have already been assessed. And so those are the buildings that we're more looking to. As far as the actual investment that we're willing to make and contribute as stakeholders and community, it is going to depend on the specific space, what needs to be done in order to make it usable for the tenants that do end up moving in there. Like I said, we have approximately about 30 to 40 letters of interest or in various stages of formal or informal support for this project. And at this point, we are unable to determine specifically which groups would make up that final piece that would be moving into this space and investing in this space until we see what is available. Does that answer your question?
Okay, yeah, that's helpful, thanks.
And we'll go to Councillor Wright and just make sure to restart the timer because I think it was still timing down on me. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So you say you have support from 30 or 40. Financial support or just this is a great idea, we'd like to see you succeed?
A combination of both.
Okay.
We were unexpectedly featured in a Taproot article last week, and it brought our internal discussions to the forefront, which was an amazing opportunity for us to focus on finalizing a public-facing version of this. Since then, we had 18, I'll let Scott speak to the numbers.
Of the letters of support and letters of interest that we have received, 41% are interested in exploring community investment opportunities.
Okay, and then, so those are part of the anchor tenants that you're talking about, so they would be paying tenants then?
Yes. All of the nonprofits and for-profits that would be moving into this space would be paying rent. It's just based off of a different model. We are paying rent to cover our costs and to add value to our larger goals inclusively towards social stability, belonging, inclusivity, economic development, and social enterprise in itself, circular economy in itself. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to charge, the highest rate to our anchor tenants, and it doesn't mean that we're going to charge below. We are going to cover our costs and then some in order to maintain the operational functionality of the space.
Okay, because I've got a number of organizations that would love to have free space. So I was just wondering about that.
We do have, we do have opportunities for specific need-based nonprofits or community organizations to utilize the space at very low charge or no charge, but the anchor tenants themselves are paying clients that will be maintaining a physical presence year-round, whereas we will also have fractional use or shared office space, or similar to what Edmonton Unlimited offers entrepreneurs with an opportunity to book a meeting room at no cost, utilize their space. As the Connected Kitchen Project Foundation, we have had a communal commercial kitchen that our new one is primarily focused on food security initiatives. Those are all based on covering the absolute minimum, whereas we will have a sliding scale fee for other for-profit organizations using it as well.
Okay. And then this will all, I guess, would all depend on what properties the city has available after this rationalization is complete. Scott, your social enterprises, talking about those coming out of the prison system, have you gone to the provincial and federal governments requesting funding because that's their responsibility?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Councillor Wright?
You just mentioned about helping those coming out of the prison system and out of the justice system, because those are federal and provincial institutions. Have you connected any funding options with federal or provincial?
Not specifically from the institutions themselves, but with working with the Mustard Seed and their reintegration programming, as well as through the men's group with a number of volunteers. Yes, as well as Soberhood, which is an organization with 11,000 members that supports addiction recovery. They have the backing and support from the Canadian Mental Health Association. So there is no explicit conversation going right now with the federal or provincial government around funding an initiative like this. But if we can take to them a plan, then that obviously opens the doors.
Okay. I do think the request right now before us is kind of premature until we do see what is available. So thank you both, though, for coming in today.
Thank you so much for being here today. As Councilor Wright mentioned, it's always lovely to have people, and especially in person. It's nice to meet you. And now we will go to questions of administration. So thank you. You can have a seat back in your seats. And I, again, selected this item. So unless I see anybody else raising to the board, just a friendly reminder to folks that if you have specific questions on the attachment, that we will need to go into private for those, but anything in the report is fair to go. Okay, my e-scribe's being funny again, so I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson first, since she's on the board.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this report. I will have some questions in private, but happy to start with some public ones. I think maybe just the first one in terms of process. So, there is a lot of work underway. I'm just wondering what administration's plan, and apologies if I missed it in the report, but just around regularly updating and providing progress reports to committee.
Hi, Councillor Stevenson, it's Pascal Douceur. So I think it's something that we had discussed initially with when the asset rationalization framework came up and was approved, that we would be doing regular updates. We have not defined what regular means, and so our interpretation is about a yearly update. It could be in the form of a memo, but we wanted to make sure that this one came before the budget deliberations, and there are some links to future reports that will be presented in 2026 related to how we prepare, how we use the information ahead of 2730. But I would say that at a minimum, we would be doing a yearly update either through a report or through a memo.
Okay, well, I think that raises an interesting question for me as well, because I think this work is really, really important. And so was the intent that it come now so that certain buildings for renewal aren't going into the budget? Like, I'm just trying to see that direct link with the budget. Or is it potentially budgeting for demolitions? How do you see this informing the upcoming budget?
Yeah, I think like the two examples you've just noted are exactly that. We will be looking for informing budget decisions with the information that you see here. And so, for example, buildings that would no longer be, that the strategy would no longer be to keep them in the long term, would not be part of the renewal process. There would be, there's cost associated, as we mentioned in the report, with actioning some of the strategies. And so we will be looking as we go through the budget process internally first, and then with the discussion with council, to potentially support some of that moving forward.
Okay, perfect. No, that's helpful. And I think that's a clear line of sight for me in terms of process. I guess my biggest outstanding question is just, I think the community insight section of the report has a lot of important insights just in terms of how we are communicating and sort of considering community feelings and recognizing that there are individuals and community groups that are impacted by these changes. I'm just wondering how we work through the implementation phase. So looking at the process that I think was in attachment 1, the implement part, I'm not really seeing those opportunities, for example, for, let's say, an existing tenant, an existing group that uses the building to assume ownership, for example. Are those types of conversations and opportunities formalized at all, or even like timelines for informing folks what we do when we have existing leases, things like that?
So, Councillor Stevenson, the framework is meant to be applied to all types of infrastructure that the city owns, and so it is kept at a fairly high level. And so what you're describing are very much case by case, or at least asset by asset, and with consideration of, like, you know, do we have tenants in a facility? Is it an internal facing, public facing? Like, those are all things that would be considered as part of our implementation strategy, but they're not defined in the framework because they are very much case by case, or they would be developed on a case by case basis. Yeah.
Okay. And so what opportunity is there? Because maybe this is something we could delve into a little bit more in private with just some examples potentially to work that through. Because I think you're right, it does need to be case by case, but just hoping to understand sort of what framework is around that, so that we have, as you know, from a governance lens, like an understanding of what the process is and how that's followed, you know, when it's triggered in different situations. But again, maybe best to follow up further in private. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe similar line of question, although I might kind of go up a little bit higher into the process around like evaluation validation, and just some questions around the work that happens qualitatively to validate what I understand is quite a technical assessment on the strategic assessment side. How do those two things work together, and what are we seeing brought forward through the qualitative validation?
On the qualitative side, we're looking at the viability of some of the options, timing of when some of these could be implemented, or even looking at some of the parts where we don't quite have enough data to form a quantitative result, so we can then supplement that with a little bit more qualitative understanding where the service might be more of an impact in a certain area, or where there's fewer assets in a certain area, that we can then apply a little bit of a lens over top of that quantitative example that we've developed.
Does that allow for, I guess, more contextual elements to be incorporated into that?
Yes, very, very similar to the way we prioritize our renewal program. We start with the base data and that concrete quantitative result, but then we overlay that additional context that helps us with that decision making. So in particular, where an asset is on the bubble, whether or not it's doing its job or not, we can then apply that additional context to help us understand whether or not it's worth moving on to the next phase of options analysis, or we're okay with it where it's at.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. I wanted to just have a few questions in recognition of what was shared by the speakers today, just to understand, maybe as a baseline, what is the current state when it comes to facility utilization? It is quite frankly a question I hear often from community stakeholders and various groups, suggestions that there might be creative partnerships to better utilize some of our spaces.
Yeah, so I'll start and I'll look to our colleagues from real estate. There's two things that we're always open we do have a process for unsolicited proposal, and so should a party or parties be interested in working with the city on something, they can always submit through that process. And then there is a nonprofit leasing policy and process that is under review, and I'll let Chris or Bart speak to that.
Thanks, Pascal. Yeah, just to jump off of what Pascal mentioned, all city opportunities for space, for available space to lease or purchase are publicly made available for purchase or lease competitively. The city, I know that there was a comment made by one of the speakers about large amounts of vacant spaces. The city does not keep a large amount of vacant spaces. If spaces are vacant, they are typically vacant for a reason such as safety, or there may be an upcoming requirement for a capital project where the timing doesn't make sense to move forward with tenancy or some other reason. If space can be leased or sold, it would typically be brought to the market through appropriate channels. As Pascal mentioned, there are also related to this, the nonprofit leasing guidelines that are currently under review and are expected to come to council later this year. We're being really thoughtful in terms of considering policy recommendations to improve our circumstances related to renewal requirements, impacts on tenants and otherwise. And so hopefully some of that work will address some of the questions that are related to the work with tenancy moving forward. I'm not sure if Mr. Jiraki has anything to add to that as well.
No, all good.
Great. Yeah, that's really helpful and helps answer my question. And good to know that review is underway and that there will be and continues to be opportunities for those kinds of proposals or ideas to come through existing channels. I do have questions for in private, so I'll just wait for that.
Yeah, I think after my line of questioning in public, we can move to go into private so that when we come back after lunch. So I'll come back to you, Councillor Salvador, after my line of questioning. So appreciate this report, very comprehensive. I wanted to focus on the piece around the disposition and building sales. I had a couple questions. First, when we talk about in this report that once a building is determined to be sold, administration will continue to perform regular required maintenance, but these buildings will no longer be prioritized for renewal. That makes sense. But I wanted to get an understanding of, because you say here that some of them might be really complicated to sell, some of them are straightforward. I'm guessing one of the complications may be who wants to buy a building that comes with a bunch of liabilities. So I was wondering if there was a composite profile or any contemplation of that to basically prepare facilities for sale that would actually get better return on the sale and almost subsequently pay for itself, if that makes sense. So if you can do a bit of investment and then that property is now worth more, we actually end up paying for that investment and we actually sell that land better. Does that make sense what I'm getting at?
It does, Councillor Rutherford. It's something that we've actually done in the past, and again, I'll look to Chris maybe or Bart to share some examples where we have proactively invested to ensure that the facility was in a state that would be ready for the next layer of investment. Bart or Chris, I was thinking about some of the historical residential residences, but you might have other ideas of what we've done in the past and how you have funded those opportunities.
Councillor, I can start again. There is a capital profile that exists for us to make thoughtful enhancements to properties. Typically, we see those being made on the land side. So if there is some planning work that needs to happen, reserve removal, those types of exercises, we do typically make those investments to maximize the returns on our real estate assets. I can't think of another example where we've made a renewal investment on an improved asset in that regard, but there would definitely probably be a situation or circumstance where if the investment made sense and we were able to garner a return, those would be things that we would consider bringing forward for council's consideration in the future.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to make sure that is considered in this, because I do think about, You know, sometimes if you can do X dollars in improvements, but that improves the resale value by threefold, why wouldn't we do that, right? So in some of those more complicated ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's something that we can explore as the case by case again, if it's something suitable for that.
Exactly, and I just want to make sure that it's being considered. And then on the flip side of that, is there any consideration on selling property for $1 to mitigate or prevent the risk of renewal dollars for critical failures?
Chris, do you want to speak to this one, or Bart?
So almost a cost avoidance strategy in that sense.
Typically, as administration, we pursue market value transactions. The amount of investment that's required to bring a property up to a standard that is usable definitely factors into what market value we push forward with into the market. And so, yeah, that would actively be something that we considered in terms of how we value those.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the fact that it talks about how, like, that there could be the probability of critical component failure increases with the duration of the sale period, and then you have to go in and invest that money in that critical failure. So if we know there are assets that are at a point of risk of critical failure, is it not better to sell them for $1 than to improve that critical failure and then maybe get $300,000 as an example, but we've spent, $500,000 on fixing that critical failure? I'm just trying to think about that strategy as well.
Yes, Councillor, we definitely take the risk profile into account in terms of the strategies that we employ for when we dispose of properties. So definitely consider different ways that we can increase the velocity of sale the marketability or saleability of properties as we bring them to the market. And I think your example is a good one in terms of making good decisions around those items.
Okay, thank you. And I see we are close to time, and there's one other councillor. Okay, we'll have Councillor Tang. You want to go? You said, yeah. Okay, please go ahead, and then we'll finish public with Councillor Tang.
Let's see if I can do this in 3 minutes. Mr. Hodgson, you said the nonprofit leasing policy is underway. Do you know if that's going to come back to council at all, or a committee?
Yes, Councillor Tang, the intention is to bring it to council for consideration.
When?
It will be later this year. Again, we're being very thoughtful in our approach. It is a complex issue, and there are a number of unique circumstances, so we're ensuring that we are very considerate of those when we bring forward recommendations.
Okay, that's helpful. We do asset rationalization every year throughout the 4-year cycle, correct?
Absolutely, it's an ongoing process.
But the funding to kind of deal with the results of that isn't always factored in.
Well, to date, we haven't had reserved funding to support rationalization, and so council has been asked to approve additional funding through supplemental capital budget adjustments for demolitions, for example.
So that's kind of the only opportunity. We don't budget for it in the 4-year necessarily.
And that's something that we're looking to see how we could improve that and potentially have an opportunity for funding to be set aside to support the implementation of the framework, but it needs to go through the budget process, and so we'll see where it ends up.
Okay, well, look forward to seeing what you recommend on this piece. How long does it take to assess 1,000 buildings?
It could take many years, depending on how much detail we have in the data and the services that are impacted by them.
And I imagine we're getting better data all the time with new systems and that kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
How do we land on 33 for 2026? Is it just like we started with those in C, D, F, and then through that table with colleagues across the corporation, kind of that's where we landed?
These 33 actually align with some other work that Parks and Road Services is working on. So we had started some work, and then they were working on some strategic work. So we paused these ones so that we can tie into their work and align our results with their analysis. 33 is the amount that we know that we're doing, but we also know that throughout the year there will be more that'll be added on.
Right.
So, Councillor Tang, we've also identified facilities that require significant investment, and before we make any renewal decisions, we want to make sure that we have those reviewed so that we have a good understanding of their strategy moving forward. And so there's a few that are linked to that process ahead of 2027 again.
Sorry, I'm going to go over my 3 minutes, but just for those that are going to be in the decommission and demolish category, like we do also consider to sell those, yes?
Well, it's all, as explained in the report, it depends what they are and where they're located. And so on parkland and River Valley, municipal reserve, there are limitations to what we can sell or what we want to sell. And this is where demolish or sale becomes, it can take a little bit of a different path every time.
Yeah, and I appreciate that maybe selling it to a nonprofit for $1 might seem like an easy approach, but sometimes I feel like organizations and communities don't always realize the amount of capital that's required to make a building functional. And that's also why we're trying to dispose them. Okay, so just saying that to folks who came forward, that oftentimes it feels like easy to get a building from the surplus city inventory, but the answer is not always that straightforward either. Okay, yeah, I will save my other ones for private. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do have another round in public, so at this point we will recess and be back at 1:30. members. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Joining here in our beautiful River Valley room. Councillor Clark is away. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
And I'm just logging in to see if there are any other council colleagues joining us. But you know what, I'm just going to skip that for now and just jump into questions. I wanted to do one more round of questions in public related to this item that I don't think have been asked yet by others. Just trying to find. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up as part of this is in the report it talks about demolition of an existing building without constructing a replacement facility will require operating funding. The demolition without replacement provides the opportunity to permanently reduce our overall long-term capital renewal liability. So I wanted to ask, because I don't think we've actually seen this before, are we going to see the opposite calculation with the operating impacts of capital? So for example, these capital costs will reduce operating by X if we no longer have to operate that facility.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford. So we would have there would have been examples that were presented, but to date, we have not explored demolition of facilities that were maintained and operated by the city. And so if I take the Velodrome, for example, there's no operating savings because it was actually operated by a tenant. And so one example would be Century Place and Chancery Hall. And so should that, it's not a demolition, but should a sale proceed, then there would be operating savings related to that. And that was presented as part of the strategy related to funding that specific downtown workspace optimization project. But those would be the kind of examples that could lead to operating savings, yes.
Excuse me.
Just a point of order.
Councillor Rutherford, we are having members online saying that they have no sound.
No, that was me. I forgot to press on the mic. I just realized. So
Thank
that
you.
was on me. My bad. So I'm just going to go to Councillor Paquette. When was the last thing you heard of me? What was the last? Was it just this line of questioning now?
Yes, just right now.
Okay, sorry about that. I just got too excited about talking about this. So I was saying that, can you elaborate on how this needs to happen in concert with the other things like the capital infrastructure plan and the fiscal gap, and what that looks like, and why this alone is not a silver bullet to address some of the fiscal issues?
Yeah, so I think one key point is that the asset rationalization framework wants to help us make better decisions about how we deliver services for Edmontonians. And so there's a reason why we have the assets that we have. And so when we talk about it needs to be in that context, is that it will guide decisions that will support other conversations to happen, which could be about levels of service, how we deliver certain services. And so the infrastructure plan program is going to talk about if we have a particular issue related to our service yards, for example. We want to look at looking at the city's growing. We don't necessarily have access to all of the areas around the city, and we have aging assets that may not be located where they should. Is there a better outcome that could use renewal and growth, or be used to support both renewal and growth at the same time by reassessing how we deliver, what assets we need to deliver the services and things like that. And so that's the concept that we'll be exploring a bit more in June, the June report on the Capital Infrastructure Plan program, and that continues to flow through the fiscal gap strategies.
Is it fair to say, as like a more like concrete example, if we have like a bunch of single sheet ice arenas, that if we close those, we're not going to open up other single, but we might look at in a district area or a service area, a facility that has multiple ice sheets?
Yeah, that's a great example, and we would actually look citywide to say, what is the provision of ice sheets in the developing areas versus richer neighborhoods, and then where does it make sense for the city to invest and to look at how we support recreation amenities in that sense. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So on that line, I think the report that we got on facilities during the budget presentations, or was it another report after, just showed the age of our city facilities. But are we also then looking at what other, like, might be community league facilities or other non-city owned amenities?
At this point, the asset rationalization framework is applied to city-owned facilities, or we're focused on that. The rationalization framework can be applied to other types of infrastructure, but we would be focusing on what is city-owned at this point in time. If I take the Community League example, we are actually working through another initiative to work with the Community League and the Federation of Community Leagues on how potentially they could apply the asset rationalization framework to their portfolio of facilities.
Okay, but if we're I guess what I'm asking is, if we're looking at whether or not we're going to replace that amenity or not, are we looking at what other amenities that aren't city-owned within the area? I'm thinking like if there's private, like pickleball courts or others.
That would be very case by case, and so depending on what type of asset we're talking about, what the service level discussion might be, what consideration council would like us to explore, is replacement, like once we've determined if replacement is the strategy, we will consult with council, and so those could be moments where there's a discussion related to what that could look like. But we don't have, how can I say, the framework is not explicitly dictating what we will be looking at when it comes to what a replacement strategy could look like.
Okay. And then getting back to the operational costs, as an example, what about the Coliseum? Like, what's our so we're going to be deconstructing that, is that the word? What's the operational cost that we'll be saving on that?
Going off of memory, it was between $800,000 to $1 million, I believe. I'm just
a year?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I was wondering. Thank you.
Councillor, yeah, can you move?
Yeah, I'll move that we go in private, subjects to Section 29 and 30 of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to go in private to discuss the private attachments. Please, committee members, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes.
We are live and in public.
Great, thank you so much. And we're back in public and we're streaming. We're back on the stream. Okay, Councillor Salvador, can I go to you, please?
Yep, I'll move that attachment 2 and 3 of the April 8th, 2026 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 03277, remain private pursuant to sections 29, advice from officials, and 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of the Access to Information Act.
Great. Any questions on the motion before us? Or anyone to speak? See none. Councillor Salvador, nothing further. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Before we go to item 7.3, I just want to circle back to 7.1. We have Councillor Paquette online, has his motion ready to go, so I think that should be, we can deal with that first before we, because I think we'll have a comprehensive conversation on 7.3, so we can just clear up this one first, if that's okay. You don't need a motion for us to come back to that item? Because it was tabled.
It was tabled, so you could just unanimously agree that you're going back to item.
Okay, do I have unanimous consent from committee members to go back to 7.1 just to finish that item up? Okay, great. So, Councillor Paquette, are you online?
I am.
Can you please put your motion forward?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move that administration provide a memo to council prior to the 2027-2030 budget deliberations with a financial analysis that models funding levels of the status quo against adjusting the neighborhood renewal program's baseline funding to accommodate for annual inflation and citywide asset growth. This analysis would be expected to include 1, cost-benefit calculations for proactively investing in this infrastructure, which is the status quo, versus the financial risks of deferring or varying the level of funding renewal to scale. And 2, an assessment of the impacts, including a risk assessment of transferring these dedicated funds to other asset classes. And 3, information that outlines the process required to make changes to current policy.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And I see there's questions on the motion. Councillor, I was about to say Anne, but Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm not seeing in here at the status quo. Sorry, maybe I'm just misreading the motion then. My apologies. A financial announcement that models funding levels of the status quo against adjusting the neighborhood. Okay, so we are looking at comparison between status quo and then increasing the baseline funding for the annual inflation.
Is that a question to the mover?
No, to administration, I think.
Okay.
Yes, that is confirmed. That is in the motion.
Okay, and so what that will tell us when this memo comes back is how much more per year would need to be going into the neighborhood renewal program in order for it to be fully funded, given inflation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I guess my question then is, so if we get this memo back, what is the way to get it funded in the budget process?
That's point 3 in the motion, is that we would, as part of that work, outline what the next steps would be for council to direct administration should you want to make changes.
And that would come in, so information that so we would make changes to the policy and that would result in, let's say, a funded or unfunded service package coming to budget deliberations?
Correct. So we would include what those steps would be kind of leading into the 27 to 30 capital budget.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
And I'm so terribly sorry. I forgot to give Councillor Paquette an opportunity to introduce his motion. I just realized.
That's okay. I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay, so sorry. Any other questions by anyone else? Okay. Anyone to speak to this item or the report in general? Seeing none. Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, just quickly, I guess. I mean, I do think this is self-explanatory, but I think this information is important to get in our deliberations, simply because one of the things that we've heard loud and clear from folks is that they would like to see some attention paid to crumbling infrastructure. And I think that this is a good exercise because, as we heard today, and I can't recall, but I think it was you, Madam Chair, who asked the question about, and it was, now I recall, about the renewal, what we invest in it, what that design looks like, partnered with the actual maintenance, the operating of that infrastructure. And so hopefully that can be part of the conversation going forward as well. Because not only do we find ourselves in an infrastructure deficit scenario for various reasons, mostly through the cuts of unconstrained infrastructure funding from the province, but we also find that residents are saying, listen, we'd like to also allocate some more resources towards snow removal, because I think we've reached sort of the limit between what we can do with the services and the operating and the infrastructure. And I think that hopefully this motion gives us a quick look at the cost benefits on the infrastructure side, which hopefully opens the conversation as well for the servicing side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, now we will go on to item 7.3, the Southeast Transit Garage Project update. So we have the delegation come forward.
Good afternoon. Okay, so with me today are Susan Meunier and Navdeep Sandhu from our facility planning and design team. We have Jason Melissa and Jesse Banford from our infrastructure delivery team, and then Carrie Hutton McDonald and Sarah Feldman from ETS. We also have other colleagues online to support the conversation. So the report provides an update on the development of the Southeast Transit Garage project ahead of the spring 2026 supplemental capital budget adjustment, when the capital profile will be brought forward for scope, schedule, and budget update, reflecting the target budget and timeline. Right. So this project is in alignment with the approved Edmonton Transit Service Fleet Storage Operations and Maintenance Facility Strategy. The primary objective of this project is to support fleet growth and transition the Edmonton's fleet to zero emissions. To facilitate this, the first priority is the development of a new operations and maintenance garage for Southeast Edmonton. And this garage will address the lack of space in existing garages to accommodate the fleet growth, and will also support a transition to a zero emission fleet. And so for more specifics on the projects, I'll turn it over to Susan.
Thank you. The project has been moving through the stages of planning and design. Land has been acquired at 1704 91st Street, southwest from the facility. The site is located directly to the east of Highway 2, south of Ellerslie Road. North of the site, Highway 2 meets Anthony Henday Drive, and the location of the site is significant for its proximity to the key intersection, which is essential to the operational needs of a garage that will deploy hundreds of buses daily into the city's roadway network. The blue arrow is the site main entrance, and the light blue is the site boundary. In 2023, planning and design work commenced, and completed project milestones are a functional program, prime consultant and construction manager procurements, schematic design completion, as well as land rezoning. Looking forward, design development is expected to be complete in 2026 with detailed design to follow. In 2026, we also expect to start site prep and early works. This will include site clearing and preparation, bringing primary utilities to the site, and creating site accesses to support heavy equipment access while maintaining traffic flow on 91st Street. In 2027, we will start construction, which will be ongoing into 2031. This will include, starting in 2027 to 2028, a focus on substructure and superstructure, including pouring footings and foundations, installing underground mechanical and electrical systems, and erection of the primary building frame. In 2028 and 29, the focus will shift to the building envelope and interior framing. The goal is to make the building weather-tight, includes concrete floor slabs, completing the roofing, exterior doors and windows, and starting on the interior. By 2029 and 2030, we will be working on the interior fit-up and finishes. This is a high-density labor phase involving all building systems, drywall, millwork, flooring, and painting. And finally, in 2031, we will see commissioning and handover as well as landscaping. Our final 18 months will focus on systems and compliance. We will install our final fixtures and building controls and have a rigorous system of commissioning and testing to ensure the facility operates as designed. We anticipate substantial completion in Q3 of 2031, which will mean inclusive all of our furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and the facility will be fully operational and in service by Q4 of 2031. With the completion of schematic design, the project team, which includes our industry partners, identified that the construction of a facility for 430 buses, which was envisioned in the strategy, would exceed the anticipated project budget. Key drivers of this are significant market shifts and sustained inflation, resulting in rising costs for raw materials, labor, and specialized transit technology. To deliver a facility that prioritizes core operational capacity while maintaining fiscal responsibility, the project team undertook a comprehensive budget alignment exercise and focused on the following areas. The first area was to focus on essential requirements for fleet operations and maintenance, using a value engineering approach to prioritize our core functions and reduce costs for non-essential features. Examples of this are optimization of the administrative and support spaces to maximize the operational capacity of the garage. The building height has been thoroughly investigated, adjusted, and refined to ensure height requirements are not excessive. This has had both a positive impact on construction costs, also on HVAC requirements, and overall energy efficiency. We are also shifting the building to the east to take advantage of existing site conditions that will reduce complexity and costs related to design and construction of the building's foundation. A second area of focus is a targeted application of C627, our climate resilience policy. An assessment was completed to ensure that every investment yields the greatest return on balancing long-term climate benefits with fiscal responsibility. And examples of this are the facility is being designed with insulated metal panels that are understood to not only be a cost-effective, high-performing envelope solution, but they will also contribute to LEED credits and allow for faster, simpler, and efficient installation compared to more traditional multi-component systems. The facility will also have a solar photovoltaic system. However, it has been sized appropriately to meet but not exceed the requirements of the policy. The end result is an updated project scope that aligns with the target budget and will accommodate between 255 and 290 buses. The fleet mix will vary over time, starting with diesel and integrating zero-emission buses as they are purchased. Finally, the project team conducted a jurisdictional scan of the industry to ensure the facility's financial estimates were benchmarked against industry standards. The analysis is based on publicly available sources such as council reports, development applications, case studies, and others. The analysis included bus garage facilities from Calgary, Montreal, Vancouver, Hamilton, Winnipeg, and Guelph. These facilities are designed to accommodate a variety of bus types. Specifically, some facilities handle a mix of compressed natural gas, diesel, and electric buses. Others handle a mix of diesel and a few electric buses, and others are dedicated solely to electric buses. Overall, this assessment showed the Southeast Transit Garage construction costs are comparable or less than similar facilities according to the data. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we don't have any public speakers on this item, so I will go straight to questions of administration. And if there's questions in private, we'll do those after. Let's try to answer all the public questions, or ask the public questions first, and then I can check if there's private questions. Please go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to chat about this. So maybe just to start, I'll likely have questions in private, but I believe these can be asked publicly. So just in terms of the timeline for this project, I want to understand how this timeline is comparing to other facilities. You know, Kathleen Andrews, for example, how many years did that take? I know the comparative analysis included cost comparisons, but didn't necessarily include timelines.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We anticipated that one. So actually, I have in my inbox a comparative analysis that looks at the schedule between Kathleen Andrews Garage and Southeast Transit Garage. Kathleen Andrews, smaller scope, but it was approximately a 36-month timeline for construction. In this case, we're looking at about 48 months. When we compare this to, let's say, Lewis Farms is about 48 months. I think there's an amount of time kind of before we get into the footings and foundation side of like the actual bricks and mortar of the facility. The site is essentially a farm field. It's an undeveloped site. So there is still a substantial amount of work that needs to happen off-site, bringing in utilities and services, grading the site, stormwater management facility to help with some of the, so there is, so we have been looking at the schedule in comparison as well as the budget as part of this work.
And so I appreciate that. That is helpful when it comes to the actual construction itself, right? Like once we actually start breaking ground, it still seems like a long time to get to that point from a project that was approved in 2022, right, during the 4-year budget. And I'm just trying to understand that piece.
Yeah, so I think the comparator with like Kathleen Andrews or Lewis Farms would actually reflect very positively on this project. It is gone as efficiently and as quickly as we can within the understanding of the complexity of it. And so in 2023, we completed the functional program, so ensured that we were starting with understanding what we were building and working with our colleagues in ETS to ensure that we knew exactly what their needs were based on the strategy, but also reflecting what their plans were for the growth of their service. In parallel, we completed the prime consultant and construction manager procurements, and all of that was put in place in 2024. And so in 2024, we started the design. It took us about a year to get to schematic design, and within 2 years, we'll have completed the vast majority of the design. For a building this complex that is looking to be emissions neutral per our policy, and starting with all of the, as Jason was mentioning, geotechnical and other investigations that needed to be done on the site that was acquired within that timeline as well. It is a very typical kind of process, but even an accelerated one.
What does it mean in the report when it speaks about securing power infrastructure investment from EPCOR?
And so the building being emissions neutral and supporting zero emission buses that may include battery electric buses will require a very significant electrical load, or will create a very significant electrical load. And so what it means by securing is actually EPCOR needs to build infrastructure that brings that power to the site. And so at this point in time, the site is not serviced, and it is not, it's going to require EPCOR to draw from 2 different substations to bring enough power to the site to service it.
How do we help accelerate that process?
So we have been working very closely with EPCOR. There are regulatory milestones that they need to meet to ensure that they are able to build a new substation that supports not only the garage, but the expansion of the Southeast Edmonton or South Edmonton in general. And so we are working with them to ensure that we have as quick a timeline as possible, but they are working within a very regulated industry.
Was that factored in to, I guess, initial site selection, and like we knew that this was going to be part of the process? Has EPCOR been working on this, and have we been working alongside them since the beginning then?
We consulted with EPCOR for the site selection. Unfortunately, with some of the pressures of the expansion of South Edmonton and some of the requirements of power, we are faced with the fact that what they initially thought would be possible to do in 1 substation now requires 2 substations. And so the landscape has changed between the time that they assessed the feasibility and now that we are faced with a concrete project, but they are working collaboratively with us to find that solution.
Okay, thank you. I will go next. When I read the report, I think I understand the scale back for the budget, but I'm concerned about the scale back. I'm specifically concerned about going from 430 bus spots to between 255 and 290. It's one of the biggest constraints to the enhancement of our network right now. And I remember at the time when I was first elected being like, why wasn't this thought of way in advance? Because from the time we started talking about the transit garage to when we're going to complete the transit garage is about a decade. And now we're saying that this number of buses will only serve us for a decade. So do we need to start talking about the next transit garage now? Do you see, I'm very concerned about that scope. That is a significant reduction.
Yeah, we completely understand. I think one of the conversations Pascal and I have had is doing a refresh and kind of map out for council how we overlay all of our facility needs from that strategy you guys approved in, I want to say 2022. Thank you. I hear you. It was really truly about budget constraints and wanting to stay within the budget envelope and do it in a way that we thought would set us up for thinking of this garage in phases. So phase 1 would be this part, and then we have enough space. We can do a phase 2 to add the remaining capacity, and perhaps Pascal can speak to that.
Yeah, so Carrie and I have had the discussion and with the team around would phase 2 make most sense, or do we want to start looking at the northwest facility, which was identified in the strategy as the next one, which would then support operationally distributing. Also from a power perspective, it could support being distributed. It could also respond to changes in technology and looking at a garage that could be built for a different type of zero-emission bus, should that happen over the next couple of years. So those are all things that between the phasing and the reviewing the strategy could support engaging, as you mentioned, Councillor Rutherford, in that conversation sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to, with that scope change forecast to really only sustain our transit system with projected growth for 10 years, and knowing how long some of these take, and especially if there's, if they're coming in at this cost, needing and relying on funding from other orders of government to support them. I guess I'm concerned about that, and I just want to know what strategy there is, but also was the analysis then done to say, even though, let's say this one went over budget by 50 or 100 million, it's still cheaper to make sure we have that growth for the bus network to 430 buses, and it's more cost effective than trying to do a second transit garage within a decade. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's a very good question, Councillor Rutherford, and we did we have looked at it as also understanding how much do we need, how much room do we need within the next 10 years, and understanding the fiscal capacity of the city broadly. What is needed for ETS to be able to achieve their growth within the next 10 years, and what would be the options that we could visit over the next budget cycle to ensure that we continue to be ahead of this, of the growth, and not behind it, while having the opportunity to review if continuing in the southeast makes sense, or should we start looking at another area. Those are all things that by moving ahead with this would allow us the time, but we did design the building so that it can be expanded upon at the most effectively.
So to summarize my understanding, we've scaled it down to fit our fiscal capacity right now, understanding that we're kind of allowing flexibility for either growth of that transit garage in the future and or what other possibilities might come up for transit needs within the next decade. Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. I'm just looking to see Carrie. Yeah, Carrie agrees. Yes.
Okay, but we will not get to a decade before we're having those conversations about what is needed next to continue to have that fleet space.
Absolutely. We're hoping that we can have this in the next year or so that we can definitely make good decisions, especially with some of the funding opportunities from other orders of government. Right.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Jans?
I wanted to move to go in camera.
I just wanted to make sure everybody got their public, just from an orderly perspective of the conversation, to have any public questions. And then I've already heard the intent from two of the committee members, yourself and Councillor Salvador, to need to go in private. So would you mind holding off, Councillor Jans, just until we see if there's any public questions remaining? Did you say yes?
Yeah, I'm happy to hold off.
Sorry, thank you. No public questions though, right?
No.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to ask, I want to follow up because I think that Councillor Rutherford makes a really good point about the reduced scope. I understand and I appreciate the rationale, but I do get a little bit concerned about the fact that to reduce scope now delivers higher expenses down the road, and because of that constraint forces the city into constructing something a little bit faster, and it's a whole new facility, so you don't get that you don't get the savings of doing it all in one. Now you have to build two facilities in short order. So I'm still curious about that rationale.
Maybe I can jump in, Councillor, and then Pascal can. It's Carrie. You know, our situation is not dissimilar to what some other cities have done in the past in terms of phasing in their garages based on financial considerations. We're trying to be practical and realistic about how much growth we can accommodate, even with the new facility, given our renewal pressures. And I know we have a separate report coming to talk more about our bus renewal issues that we have. It's about trade-offs, and I think we're just very sensitive and attuned to the funding envelope that we have approved for this, and we did our best in some value engineering and lots of creativity to try and present you all with what it looks like to stay within the budget, and that was our frame of reference for doing this work.
Again, I appreciate it, but I think I might have appreciated a conversation with council about this a little more robustly. I will give you two quick examples. One, we did value engineering on the downtown library, which, obviously a success all around, right? And then we also got this report of value engineering on the new rec center in Lewis Farms. And the intention of councils of the time was essentially subverted because the funding envelope wasn't accommodating for the original plans. And Those intentions, though, were not um, without purpose. And so we lost a lot of the purpose of approving in the first place for something that doesn't fully serve what was intended. And then we end up playing catch up or having a compromised result. So I understand where you're coming from, but I just, again, if we're looking at fiscal capacity, all we're doing is going to end up spending more on two facilities rather than spending a little bit extra on this one to accommodate. Do you see where I'm going with this? We not only reduce our intention and our capacity and reason for approval, but then we also add on costs to the future and not the far future.
Councillor Paquette, it's Pascal. I truly appreciate what you're asking. Our perspective was that we stayed within the parameters that we were given at the start of this project, and so as close to budget as we could from the city's contribution perspective, and offering a solution that allows for ETS to achieve their objectives in a fairly, let's say midterm, while continuing to have the conversation with council that there is still a larger investment that will be required either to create more capacity in this garage or to create more capacity in other garages. The overall strategy called for investment of upwards of $2 billion, if I remember correctly, and was targeting a lot of different facilities. Like we'll need to invest in our fleet maintenance capacity. We'll need to invest in the different distribution or the distribution of our network of facilities across the city. And so it was really trying to find the solution for that we needed to go forward with this project, and also respecting the overall environment, not only of ETS, but also of the city. And so that was really the thought behind this recommendation. Truly appreciate, as you mentioned, that there is an opportunity cost and that we have to be clear about that.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions from public? Councillor Stevenson, is she still online, the phone number? Okay, well, we'll come back. I think it's a good time. We're already close to our break time anyway, so why don't we just break here? I understand Councillor Salvador has one more line of questioning in public, and then we'll move into private after that. So we'll come back in public, ask that any final public questions, and then go into private, okay? So we'll recess now and be back at 3:45. Thank you. committee members. Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good, and we are joined by Councillor Parmar,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. And I believe that's it for other council members at this time. And we will continue on with questions for in public. Councillor Stevenson, are you back? Okay, we will go to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So just based on the discussion and conversation so far, I'm thinking about the larger strategy that we passed back in 2022, the Transit Fleet Storage Operations and Maintenance Facility Plan or strategy. And I'm wondering, since that's more of a longer term strategy, is there an opportunity for us to have a bit of a check-in or a report, some sort of implementation plan that talks about some of the more near-term, medium-term actions and phasing and staging of how we intend to roll that plan out?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Salvador. I think the last time we reported on it was in 2022. There was some activities related to like we got a temporary satellite garage that was approved through some of those discussions. This project was funded, and so we would be happy to review that and bring it back in front of council before the next budget deliberations.
Okay.
As a bit of an update on the strategy, where we're at, what would be the next phases. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'll just work on some wording and move that at the appropriate time. But I do have a few more questions. Maybe just on thinking about those satellite garages. We're maxed out on leased space at this point, correct?
That's correct. So we're cycling the buses through that smaller facility that are going through long-term maintenance. So freeing up the space in our operating garages for the 25 growth buses that were added, and that smaller facility is being fully utilized.
Okay. And looking back at the 2022 report and the strategy, I believe the Northwest Garage that was mentioned, there are some ambitious timelines in here around when we were expected to be looking at completing and funding that work. Is that something that could come back in that report, is sort of contemplation of where those other projects are landing?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
great.
exactly what I think I'm envisioning, is that we would talk to the different projects that are part of that strategy and their implementation.
Perfect. And then just on the 430 buses and the change in intended capacity, can you just walk me through implications for our procurement cycles and what that means when we're, how do we avoid some of the renewal challenges that we're facing today by phasing out our procurement in a more strategic manner? And are we doing that now? Is that codified? Is that our standard practice? And if not, it probably should be. Is that something that we need to push on?
Yeah, thanks. We have a fleet renewal plan, and we have an overall procurement approach. So we'll be going through our next RFP to select our bus manufacturers. There's only a couple of Canadian manufacturers, so there's a long lead time required from the moment you place your bus order until it arrives, so anywhere between 18 and 24 months. So everything needs to be strategically laid out in terms of ongoing replacement, which is what we would recommend, and then we can accommodate in terms of commissioning the buses as they arrive, a small amount of growth each year. So ideally, you want to spread it out over a longer period of time and avoid peaks and valleys, because that puts a lot of pressure on future budgets.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the timeline that is currently in front of us for the new bus garage, what would that ideal phasing look like, and what would that get us to in terms of bus capacity?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there's a lot of renewal pressure. So that report in May will paint a picture, I guess, and provide 4 options for how we want to manage renewal in the next 4-year cycle. There's really no opportunity for considering growth in the 4-year cycle, but we could plan, because this is going into service in, let's say, January of 2032, thinking about that 18 to 24 month time frame to get buses. We would recommend a small amount of growth in those future cycles because we still have renewal needs. So that's why
Right.
we're saying this plan of 255 to 290 is looking at, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned, about a 10-year horizon. So we'd recommend somewhere in that 25-ish growth buses on top of the renewal, but prioritizing renewal as we go
Right.
forward.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And if there's no further questions, I can move to go in private. Subject to sections 29 and 32.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote to go into private to discuss this item.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. We'll just give a few minutes.
While we're waiting, I'll give you a fun fact. In taxes, Calgary is bringing in about $2.5 billion from their budget growth tax revenue. We are bringing in about the exact same amount with our 6.9% growth.
We are in public.
Thank you very much, and I will go to Councillor Paquette.
Okay, I will move that the April 8th, 2026 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report as referenced be referred back to administration to return with supplementary information outlining one, a cost estimate and funding strategy, construct the Southeast Transit Garage to its original intended capacity of up to 430 buses rather than the scaled down 255 to 290 buses. Two, alternative options for phased construction, such as building the physical structural footprint for the 430 bus capacity and deferring the interior fit up and operation for the reduced bus count. Three, a high-level operational impact assessment detailing how scaling down the facility could constrain future conventional transit service growth and the planned expansion of the dedicated accessible transit service or DATS fleet. And four, a long-term life cycle financial comparison of building the 430 capacity facility today versus the projected future costs of expanding the facility on the site or acquiring land and building an additional facility. And due date would be spring SCBA.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, and we'll just wait to get that loaded because it's a lot of information for the public. And just to confirm, because it's a referral motion, we don't need to make a decision on keeping the items in private, or is that a separate subsequent?
That would be a separate motion
Okay.
after
Okay.
committee deals
Okay.
with the referral
So that we would do it
motion.
as a subsequent. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to confirm. And please introduce your item, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, this referral motion comes out of the conversation that we had about, essentially how we're going to get the most bang for our buck and ensuring that Edmontonians get the service they need, especially with a growing population. And I'll leave it at that.
Short and sweet. Any questions on the motion on the floor from committee or council colleagues? Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for this motion. Just to clarify with administration then, so I'm just looking, so due date, spring SCBA, that's doable. That positions us well for this conversation.
We have the vast majority of that information, and we've noted, high level in some analysis, and so we are confident we can provide enough information to support the discussion. Yes.
Okay, and then just one thing I noticed, so point 3 speaks to conventional transit service growth, planned expansion of DATS. Is it worthwhile to also just specify BRT contemplation in that point, or would that be captured under
We'll
conventional?
capture that under the conventional transit service growth.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions on the motion on the floor? Okay, with that, we'll move to anybody that would like to speak to this motion. Okay, I'm seeing none. Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, well, first, I just like the fact that BRT is now considered conventional. That's good to know. But yeah, I think that this motion and the discussion speaks for itself. we know that things cost things. We know that people want services, and we know that transit is a massive economic driver for the city and a great equalizer as well. And one thing that I've heard time and again from people is they definitely want us to be investing in core services and services like transit to make it easier for them to get around. And my concern, obviously, is that if we constrain our growth, um, then we essentially deliver higher costs to Edmontonians for lesser services. And that's not a situation we want to be in. So an analysis like this would probably be very fruitful for the public and for council decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, and thank you for the motion. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. And now, and I will say, I'm duly impressed with the fact that we even have a little bit of time to spare. There are no council inquiries. Oh yes, sorry, we do have a subsequent. Oh, I got too ahead of myself. Councillor Salvador, can I go to you for that subsequent?
Absolutely. I'll move that administration return with report on the implementation plan for Edmonton's transit service, fleet storage operations and maintenance facility strategy with a due date of Q4 2026.
My apologies. Are we just moving to keep this report in private? Because it's been referred, so we can't do any more on this item?
I see.
It's been referred?
I see.
So the only action committee could take now is just to make the motion to keep...
Councillor Salvador could also do a notice of motion, and then it would end up being debated at the next council meeting.
A notice of motion would be in order.
Okay, so at this time, I'll move that attachment 1 of the April 8th, 2026 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 3404, remain private pursuant to sections 29 and 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Okay, please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. The other path, Councillor Salvador, is if somebody's willing to indulge, we could do a motion without customary notice. So I think, Councillor Paquette, would you be willing to move that Councillor Salvador make actually, I'll just move it. I'll move that Councillor Salvador make a motion without customary notice.
Just let us get that loaded. Just one more moment.
Sure, no worries.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I threw you for a curveball there, Madam Clerk.
No worries.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, this will allow Councillor Salvador to do the intended subsequent that she wanted to do, but just as a technicality because of the referral, but it still for continuity makes sense. So that's why I'm moving this motion for her to make a motion without customary notice. So are there any questions on that motion? Ready to vote? Can we please vote?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And so, Councillor Salvador, I will go to you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity for continuity of this conversation. So at this time, I'll move that administration return with a report on the implementation plan for Edmonton's transit service, fleet storage, operations, and maintenance facility strategy with a due date of Q4 2026.
And please introduce, if you'd like.
Yeah, very, very briefly, we discussed this earlier in the conversation, but this will help provide an update on this strategy that was last discussed in 2022, and it really will help us answer the question of where do we go from here, providing a clearer line of sight as to some of the actions that make sense in the near term and the medium term to help advance the work that is included in the strategy.
And I do just have one quick question is just, again, will this include BRT in relation to, I think when that strategy came forward, it might not have been as contemplated as much as we're ending up shifting in that direction.
Yeah, I think we'll get at it a bit for that spring SCBA motion, that part 3, but we can bring it forward in this part as well.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. Any other questions on this motion from my committee colleagues or council members? Seeing none. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Salvador? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And as I had started to when I got ahead of myself, there are no councillor inquiries that I'm aware of, no private reports, no motions pending, but I do understand there is a notice of motion, so I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And this will sound familiar because I didn't get a chance to make it weeks ago. And it is that administration provide a report to committee that details a strategic plan for parking enforcement, specifically providing 1, a qualified assessment of current service demands and projected growth, 2, the operational requirements necessary to expand parking enforcement, 3, specific actionable recommendations to execute program efficiencies, improve service delivery, and 4, the precise budget implications and funding requirements needed to implement these recommendations. And I will make that motion at the soonest possibility. Thank you.
So would the soonest possibility be in the next council meeting, Madam Clerk? Okay.
That's correct.
One would.
Okay. If we get to it. But hopefully we do, because great debate. That's it. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for a great meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well done.